Alrighty, so as a culture, and I'm talking culture as in humans, I'm not talking like a subdivided culture. I'm talking about human beings, the species, the race. Because racism is stupid to begin with because we're all humans. We're cooked. We're absolutely cooked. I don't know if we survive the next few years. And I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be facetious, and I'm not trying to be Chicken Little. The sky is falling. I literally have no idea what in the hell is going on with pretty much anything anymore. Let me just jump right to the video and then I'll put it up on the screen.
What the fuck just happened?
What the fuck just happened? This is our president. This is... Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one, in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards. Or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on in America? What the fuck? Like, first of all, there were a lot of people, and by people, I mean liberal Americans. Liberal Americans that were happy that the backseater of the F-15E was lost in Iran. Now, I'm just going to say this to the people who have never put on a military uniform for the United States Department of Defense. We bicker inside of the branches of service like brothers and sisters because we're bored. Navy guy walks in, he's in his dress whites or his service whites. I'm going to say, hey, it's the good humor man. And he's going to turn around and he's going to say, shut up, fly boy. You know, Navy guy walks in on a different day and we're going to say, make a comment about swabbing the deck. And he's going to say, go fly a desk. Because that's what we are. We're all brethren. But we don't get into this bullshit like, yeah, we get into some shenanigans between ourselves like the boys will, like the boys and the tomboy sister will. Who's better at this? Who's better at that? Who's better at this? And it all turns into a joke. Who's better at PT? Everybody looks at the Army and the Marines. Who's better at, shooting on the range? Everybody looks at the Marines. You know, who has the nicer dress uniform? Everybody looks at... Why the fuck does everybody look at the Marines? But then everybody says, who's the smarter branches of service? Everybody looks at the Navy and the Air Force. And then when Navy and Air Force start to talk, if you're smart, you're in the Air Force. If you're smart and you don't mind living on a boat and getting boat pay, you're in the Navy. But I have a really big problem with the president, who is the commander-in-chief, having been a draft dodger and running the military, and now it's likely that he's just bored. How the hell do you send this though? Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards. I'm gonna need help. I need somebody qualified to testify to Trump's state of mind right now. I think at a very minimum, it's unprofessional. It's unbecoming of the president of the United States to be this frustrated. Donald Trump is gotta be completely unhinged because he can't beat Iran. And we're losing plane after plane after plane after plane. And Donald Trump can't win a war. There are conflicting claims whether an Israeli or a US F-35 has been hit within the last day. And so somebody's going to say, oh, well, that was 2 weeks ago. No, there's another one. There's another story developing right now about another F-35 has been shot down. How the hell is how is Iran still inflicting damage on airborne jets if we declared air supremacy like 2.5 weeks ago? They have no aircraft. Good morning. They have no aircraft. We declared that they have no more functional air defense grid. And yet they have damaged. I guess they're claiming they got some new kind of manpad. The problem then is if they have that, and based on how many helicopters and planes were damaged during the rescue of the colonel, there is definitely something to be said about a lack of intelligence and a lack of understanding of what their capabilities are. It also gets tied into the fact that Donald Trump, during his first administration, fired an awful lot of senior military leadership. And Pete Hegseth has fired, relieved, or refused to promote 12 military leaders. Well, no, the last time Donald Trump figured out he can't do what he was doing, so now he has Pete Hegseth doing it at a different level. One thing that I do want to reiterate, which is problematic, but it's true. When you are an officer, you serve at the pleasure of the president. When you are a military officer, you do not have a contract that is mutual. When you go to a training, you incur a service debt, a service commitment obligation. If you transfer your GI Bill to your kids, you get a service debt commitment. Like, I was enlisted, I went officer. When the day came that I was eligible to transfer my GI benefits to my kids, I did. A couple of minutes later, I got an email from Air Force Personnel Center. It says, you have incurred a 4-year debt. And I was like, cool, no problem, because I'm about to incur a 2-year debt because I'm PCSing and I'm going to incur another 1-year debt anyway for a class I'm going to take. So I might as well stack those all to run concurrently. But an officer can be asked to resign their commission. Just like you see in some movies, a lot of people are like, that's not true because military have contracts and they can't. No, an officer can go to their command at any time and ask to leave. If they accept your resignation, they accept your resignation. If they don't, they'll say, well, you still have 6 months left on your service commitment. So all these people that are saying Donald Trump doesn't have the ability to ask these people to resign are wrong. He has every legal right to ask these generals to resign. But if they say no, thank you, I don't want to resign. Well, then it becomes an interesting problem because we've never operated in a system where people don't do what's expected. It's like I love the scene with Tyrion and Bronn and Varys, where Bronn is pretending like he doesn't understand the idea of borrowing money. And Tyrion says, if I give you money after an agreed upon period of time, you give me the money back with interest. And Bronn says, well, what if I don't? And Tyrion says, well, you have to. And Bronn says, well, what if I don't? And we're finding out now all of the, well, what if I don't? We're finding out President Trump isn't acting very presidential. Congress isn't acting very congressional. Our individual politicians are acting like money-grubbing hoes. I can't say whores because that would indicate that they're sleeping around for money. They're just shaking their ass to different organizations. And all the while, we literally have people on this planet who, this weekend I stumbled into a rabbit hole of people denying the Holocaust. The lengths to which people will go to deny the Holocaust. Look, if you believe the Holocaust never happened at all, I'm sorry, you're a fucking idiot, and I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to listen to your dribble. I don't want to listen to your bullshit, because anything that comes out of your mouth, if you say the Holocaust didn't happen at all, there were no concentration camps, there were no extermination camps, then we're not even starting this conversation, because I refuse your premise. Because in any conversation that I engage in good faith, my position is here, your position is here. This is where you start. This is where I start. And I always assume at the very beginning that the best I can hope for is to bring you to 50%. I never get involved in a debate or a discussion or an argument with somebody if I don't believe that I can bring them to the 50% mark, halfway between where I'm at and where they're at. When you start, here's my beliefs. Well, let me back up just a second. Here's my beliefs. Here's some of the more radical Holocaust people where it was way worse. Well, I'll argue with them because I'm not going to start all the way the other side. And then here's the average person's opinion on the Holocaust if they're not a disbeliever, but a doubter. Like, look, I admit that the Holocaust happened, but I don't agree that it was 6 million Jews and 20,000 Russians. I'm willing to admit that logic tells me there were concentration camps and extinction camps, but I'm not willing to meet you. So I'm over here at 6 million. Other people are at like 13 million plus 20. And these people are like, yeah, I admit there were some. I'll say there was about 1 million. Then I can have a good conversation with this person that says, look, I'm not doubting the existence of the Holocaust. I'm doubting the numbers. Cool. Because now we're 99% on the same page. Let me show you some stuff that might get you to agree that the number should be a little higher. But when somebody's all the way over here and they say, no, the Holocaust didn't happen, you'll notice that's cool. They can have that opinion. But I close the argument off to them because I'm not going to start a debate with somebody when we have Nazi German shipping manifests, right? When Germany itself said, yeah, we were exterminating Jews. Okay. When we have, I don't know if there's video evidence. There's photographic evidence, right? We liberated Auschwitz. We found people in those states. We found records. We arrested guards. Look, I'll have the debate just like I cut this person out of the discussion. I'll talk to them privately about, let's bring your number back to reality. But this person over here, look, if you're going to say you don't believe the Holocaust existed, I'm going to save my breath. What's funny to me is people will say something that has nothing to do with the topic. And then somehow you're a Nazi. Somebody said communism lifts all of the people out of poverty. And all I said to this person on Twitter was, if that's the case, explain bread lines. And from that comment, I got people, first of all, I don't look Jewish, so we can all nail this down. I'm like 99% Irish and like 1% Dutch, because somebody fucked a Dutch sailor somewhere in my lineage about 9 generations back, and you can't breed that shit out very easy. It's like less than 1%. But people are like, you're Jewish. The only thing Jewish about me is my love of money. That's it. I'm nowhere near that region of the world. What the fuck are we doing? Somebody's saying there were never really 15 million, or there were never really 9.5 million Jews in Europe anyway, because they were all cousins that converted. Look, ready? I know it's hard for some people to understand, but there's 3 ways to be Jewish. You can be Jewish ethnically, Jewish nationally, or Jewish religiously. There's 3 ways to be Jewish. It doesn't matter. Like, as I've said this to people and they can't rattle it around in their brain case, you could be an Irish American Jew. Well, how? You're Irish by ethnicity, you're American by nationality, and you're Jewish by religion. And then where we're living in a fucked up world is where people will say, well, then the Jews don't treat you like a real real Jew. Again, if you're Irish American and you follow Judaism and you move to Israel and you get Israeli nationality, I'm not saying that you won't encounter prejudice, because prejudice can come from any person at any time. But what I'm saying is there's not systematic prejudice. And the phrase systematic prejudice doesn't make me any friends. Yeah, how the fuck do you treat somebody? How do you treat someone like a real Jew? For the same reason why Australians treat everybody well until you prove you're a cunt. If you go to Australia and you're not a cunt, the Australians love you. They're an amazing people. That doesn't mean you won't run into an Australian who hates your fucking guts. It's the same concept. What if I'm a Jewish man that follows Taoism? Well, I need to know, see, right there, I need to know, what do you mean by a Jewish man then? So are you a Jewish by ethnicity, Israeli by nationality, who follows Taoism as your religion? Totally possible. And that's what people don't understand. You have an ethnicity, a nationality, and a religion, and they don't all have to be the same. There is no requirement. Like, if you're born in England, you're not automatically considered a member of the Church of England. You could be Protestant, you could be Lutheran, you could be Catholic. There's a higher possibility that if you're born to 2 British parents who are members of the Church of England, that you will follow your parents' religion. Like, I don't indoctrinate my children into my religion. And I know that makes some other Christians, some other Catholics, some other pagans mad at me. They're like, you didn't start indoctrinating your kid, or you didn't start exposing your kids to religion when they were young. Right, because I don't believe in indoctrinating people into something. And they're like, it's not indoctrination, it's family values. I'm sorry, I happen to have an education that tells me that children emulate what they see, and I don't want my children to be treated like I was and not be given a choice about their religion. I want my children to wait until they're grown, and then they can figure out if religion is for them or not. If my children ask me about my ink, I explain it to them. If my children ask me about either religion, I explain it to them. But I don't indoctrinate my kids into it. And before anybody's like, well, I did, blah, blah, I would never profess to tell you how to raise your kids. Because as anybody who's been on my show long enough knows, I'm a big fan of bubbles. And I'm a big fan of this piece right here, where this is my bubble, this is your bubble, and since our two bubbles don't overlap, this is not a Venn diagram. This is my life, this is your life. We exist inside of the same environment, but you raise your family how you want to raise your family. Now, understanding that if you raise your family in such a way that puts your family at odds with my family, now we're going to have an overlap, and I'm going to solve that. Do I think immigrants that don't want to be permanent citizens of a country come to make money, which is fine, but want to be considered citizens or call themselves as if they belong to the country, is an acceptable dogma? No, it's not. It works like this. Great question, by the way. Here's your country. Here's my country. If you want to come here and be a citizen, you want to live here, you want to follow the laws, right? Come on in. But if your whole plan is to come in just to filter money back to your home country, then we have a problem, because what you're doing is you're weakening the consumerism inside of my country, and you're increasing the consumerism inside of yours, and now we have a problem. I'm not saying that we ban it outright. I'm saying we explore it and we look at it and we study it and we see, is this a problem? People come from Mexico and South America, and they come up to America. They go up the West Coast as migrant workers working in orchards. I have no problem with this. Why do I have no problem with this? Because what some people will say is that those farmers are exploiting them for cheap labor, which they're fucking not. They're paying them minimum wage. Because a lot of people have a lot of bullshit ideas about what really happens. Those people aren't making the trip as migrant workers up from Mexico or South America for $1 an hour. They're simply not doing it, because how the hell do they get from the border to California, all up the border, all back down the border, back to their country, if you're paying them $1 an hour? They simply don't have the money to exist inside of your situation. I'm sure some are being exploited, not migrant workers, because migrant workers, they come here to do a job that Americans don't want to do. They do the job, they leave. Are there exploited workers in America? Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But we're not talking about the system. We're talking about people inside the system. That's the problem. Monarchies could be great, or they could be dog shit. Democracies can be great or dog shit. Capitalism, socialism, communism, they can all be great or they can be dog shit. It depends on the people inside the system. Like, there's lots of migrant workers who just don't want to live in America, but they can come up here, they can work for 3 or 4 months and not have to work the other 8 or 9 months of the year down where they're from. Or they come up here, they work for 3 or 4 months as migrant workers, and yeah, work visas are a thing. They come up, they go up and down the West Coast, then they go home and they work their normal job that pays less. There needs to be a limit on how long you can remain in a country and take advantage of its social and economic boons, before you should be required to commit to an allegiance to that country or leave. I do agree with the premise of what you're saying, but I want to remind you of something. Except in those states where they're deliberately allowing people to fall through the cracks, we could fix the unauthorized users in the system easily. But our problem is we don't think about the problem all the way through. Remember I said most people, they think about the problem until they find a place that a solution fits. Then they put in this solution, and then they go back to the problem and they find out that the problem wasn't here or here. The problem was really here, but it takes them 15 years to find it because they do the Gemba walk. They find the first place that the system is broken and they put in fixes. Kind of goes like this. You have, and for this example, when I talk about undocumented people, I'm not talking about aliens. I'm talking about people with no documentation, period. So you have Jane Doe. Jane Doe has no ID, no photo ID, no nothing. Jane Doe goes to a hospital. And she says, this is my name, this is my birth date. She has no ID. She needs life-saving medical care. You can't deny her. So what the state says is, hospital, you must provide medical care. You must provide medical care to her. The hospital says no, because how do we get paid? So instead of recognizing what problems we're about to cause, they say, oh, well then issue them a Medicaid number for this instance only so that you can bill us and we'll pay you. The problem is the person at the hospital is on hour number 14 and a half of a 16-hour shift and issues them the wrong thing. Enrolls them in regular Medicaid instead of issuing them a Medicaid number for a one-time bill off. Well, now this person, who is a foreigner, maybe, or is an American, maybe, now has a card that entitles them to Medicaid services, which takes a cut out of tax dollars. But where the problem became wasn't with the immigrant. It's not where the problem started. The problem started right here, where the hospitals say, we don't want to treat people without insurance cards. The state says the law says you must. And the hospitals say, well, wait a minute. Then you have to pay us. Because the state has no right over private business to tell private business what they can and cannot do or what they must and must not do unless they compensate them for it. Well, then with that, we shouldn't have tied them into an already existing system. We should have created a system. Instead of looping them into Medicaid, we should have looped them into undocumented individuals requiring medical care. Undocumented individuals requiring medical care. UDI RMC? We could work with that. Asylum communities cause larger issues because the people do not want the country to gravitate towards those communities to continue in their nefarious affairs. Sanctuary cities are part of the problem. Sanctuary cities and sanctuary states are part of the problem because I'm not saying that the Minnesota Somali thing is as bad as it was made out to be. Nick Shirley, right? I'm not saying it's as bad as it was made out to be. But I'm saying it's a really bad situation if a YouTube investigative reporter can find out that much information. Clearly, there's some fraud there. I don't know if it's 10% fraud or 90% fraud, but we got to dig into it. There's clearly a problem. No, it's not speculative. And let me stop you there. Just because you don't like an individual doesn't mean you discount their findings, unless you have something that definitively says he's illiterate. Illiterate is a very specific thing. He can either read or he can't. No, Nick Shirley is not illiterate. Which again, we need to stop. Illiterate means lacking the ability to read. All right? If we're going to put a pointed thing out there and say he's illiterate, he doesn't lack the ability to read. He may lack the ability to read at the appropriate grade level, but we don't need to throw out. See, when you say he's illiterate, that just makes you stupid. Because if you have, and that's what I was saying, if you have something that clearly demonstrates he is illiterate, then you're solid. If he has fucked his way through trying to read C spot C Dick C Jane, C spot Dick Jane, then cool, he's illiterate. I just don't like to call, like, people like to say you're illiterate because they don't like your conclusions. Immigrant workers do contribute through taxes. Is he, if that's the case, is he really nearly illiterate? Because I don't know him well enough. If that's the case, then we have a nearly illiterate YouTube investigative journalist. And if we know that he's nearly illiterate, and if that's a fact, and I'm not saying it's a fact, I'm accepting it on good faith, then you have to be careful about what you accept from him. Because if he's nearly illiterate, he lacks the ability to validate his own findings by doing research. It's great that you can walk up to a door of a Minnesota daycare. But if you can't read Freedom of Information Act requests and get those on the organization, then you're only doing the easy part of the journalism. Immigrant workers do contribute through taxes, so that is fair. Many immigrant laborers are paid under the table. No, that is not true. And people need to stop reiterating this idea that many immigrant laborers are paid under the table. The number of people paid under the table is actually a very small fractional amount of the overall problem. Why? Because for the business owner, most of the time, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. If you get caught running a roofing company and you get inspected and you got 5 guys up on the roof and they don't have visas, they don't have social security numbers, they don't have birth certificates, you're fucked as a business owner. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. What happens more often is like what happened to me. My identity got stolen and I was working in 4 places at the same time. I was working in Kansas, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. And the IRS was like, dude, you only claimed a quarter of your income. I'm like, I'm a lieutenant from Kansas. They're like, yeah, but you're working in these and the guy was like, well, wait, no, you're not working in those other places. No, I'm not working in 4 states. My identity was stolen. That sucks ass. Don't sign up for that. There is a small fraction of people who get paid cash. We're never going to stop that. Actually, Sean, it's not true. Go to Home Depot and see the lineup for cash labor. Let me stop you with something. With 11.99 known undocumented workers in America, 11.99 million known undocumented workers in America, we know where they work. We know where they are. Okay? You're not going to tell me we know where 12 million are, and you're going to counter my we know where 12 million are against who's outside Home Depot. Because let me stop you with something. I can go outside of my Lowe's right now. There's no illegal immigrants out there. I can go to my Menards. I can go to both my Home Depots. I can drive across town to the other Lowe's, and there will be 0. which is why that's a bad stomping point. That is the case in some places. But anecdotal evidence can lead us to deeper investigation, and deeper investigation tells us that's not common. No, your point was that it happens in mass. Because you said many, right? That's why we got to be careful. Yes, it is a small part of the problem. But I'm also going to say to you, I've seen over my years just as many white guys standing outside of Home Depots and Lowe's, the lumberyard, looking for day labor. I've seen just as many guys. I've done that shit. I've cleaned docks, cleaned alleys as a day laborer. Look, man, I don't need a job. I just need a day's pay. In many cases within the U.S., you are importing expertise, not pure physical labor. They provide service you cannot provide yourself at the moment and make some money from it. Then they often go home. Most of the time in the U.S., we're importing menial labor. We're importing menial labor, and we're importing but remember, what we're importing is H-1B visa holders, like kidney transplant surgeon instructors at a medical school. We're not importing the middle. We're importing menial labor people and top specialists. I shouldn't say top specialists, but unique specialists. There's also no reason to be importing people from other countries to do jobs before citizens have the opportunity to take those jobs. This is another one. We need to stomp this out because this isn't happening. Karthos, who's here often, will tell you outright, if an uneducated, undocumented worker can take your job, it wasn't your job to begin with. Very often, what has got our whole system turned upside down is that people won't work at jobs that pay very little, or if they do, they don't stay there long because they work long enough to get back on unemployment, and then they augment with side cash work. That's a piece we need to stop. In my opinion, and this is just my opinion, FDR had it right with the Civilian Conservation Corps. Instead of being able to sit at home on unemployment all day and have to only show effort that you looked for 3 jobs. I think that if you're on unemployment, you should be subject to random call-ins to the unemployment office. If not, have to go to the unemployment office every single day. We need, if we want to fix the job crisis, then we need to stop this bullshit where companies are allowed to solicit resumes and applications for jobs and they never actually hire anybody. Yeah, imagine we employ unemployed people with easy shit like picking up trash. Exactly. And that's what FDR wanted to do with the Civilian Conservation Corps. Like, for example, the park in my town is damaged after it's trashed after a storm over the weekend. Lots of trash cans broke loose. There's trash all through the park. Branches have come down. Shit like that. The city park manager on Monday morning should be able to go right into his office and shoot over to the county unemployment office. Hey, I could use about 8 to 10 people today to clean up the park over here in this town. And so as you walk in that morning, there's a thing on the board, right up there on the board. Need 8 people for here, need 4 people for here, need 2 people to go clean up graffiti, and 4 people to go clean up in this town's park. And as you walk in, there's all these opportunities on the board. Yeah, a literal fucking quest board. So you walk in and you say, okay, I'll take that job. So you go, they print you out. You know, they already have it printed out. They give you one of the cards for it. You go, you take the job, you show up where they tell you to show up, you do the job. The guy tells you at 12:30, we're done for the day. Cool, now you get to go home. Instead of sitting around the office, the unemployment office till 4:30, you went and did something that benefited society. Therefore, society has no problem giving you your daily unemployment. Now, you got people back at the fucking unemployment building saying, well, that's not fair. Delaron went and he came in and he accepted a job. He only worked 4 hours. He gets a full day's pay. Yep. And I have to sit here till 4. Yep. Why? We've got computers over there. You could be filling out job applications. We've got hard copy job applications. We have stuff coming in that we need done. Look, man, you can either sit on your ass all day and get paid, or you can go out and make the community better and get paid, but you're not getting paid to sit at home and jerk off. We're done with that. If we made unemployment not, if we made unemployment unattractive, people would get off of it. If we made jail a deterrent, less people would want to go there. Give them a little bump in benefits if they do some work. Sure, we could play with that too. This is your standard unemployment rate. If you take a job, you get a little bump. Get a little something extra. There's a difference between can't do and don't want to do. We should not be enabling those who don't want to do nothing. They should be investing in educating those who can't do. Either way, the country should be prioritizing getting unemployed citizens back to work instead of turning to import the labor. Yeah, we absolutely should. We absolutely should. But I think about a year ago, I showed the video of the California farmer. He pays people $15 an hour. By lunchtime every day, most of them quit. Because climbing up and down the ladder, picking fruit is hard work. You know what would make climbing up and down the ladder, picking fruit less hard of work? If we actually did physical education in high school for all 4 years, where kids either did PT first period or last period. The only 2 times a day that kids should be at gym are either first period or last period. The rest of the day should be health, nutrition, anatomy and physiology, first aid, recognizing mental disorders, how to deal with common mental health conditions, depression, anxiety, panic attacks. That's what we should have instructed in second period through second to last period. All the kids should have to show up to school either 90 minutes early before their first academic class or stay 90 minutes late because gym is their last class. Well, they wouldn't be staying 90 minutes late. They would have an academic class and then 90 minutes later is when the buses would leave. But Americans are just lazy. Americans don't want to work. Some, we have third generation welfare recipients. And I agree with you. There's a difference between can't and don't want to. There are some people who can't work, but they don't collect unemployment anyway. Once they're deemed unable to work, they go on a completely different program, which is what we need to dig into. We need to be recognizing there are some people who can only be useful to society 1 or 2 days a week. So how do we look at that person and we say, what can this person offer 1 or 2 days a week? How do we make that person a meaningful contributor to society? Maybe we just say, hey, look, given your disability, make your life the best you can. You have other people be like, you're not lazy, you're not disabled, you're not broken, you're not unable to work, you're unwilling to work. Get your fat ass off the couch, fucking wrap up the Cheetos, put them in the pantry, get some fucking motivation, get the lead out of your ass, and go do your thing. see. I pulled down a bunch of stuff to look at. You know, I like this sheriff. This is a great talking point for... I said that jail should be a real deterrent. This sheriff, I've shown this before, I'll show it again. This guy's got a real agenda for how law and order should work.
This sheriff introduced a few new rules for violent rioters, and it's already making things a lot better.
I'm going to break it down for you. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. If you block an intersection or a roadway, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired, because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead.
Boom. Boom. That is how the fuck it should be. As I've said multiple times, if you surround my car and my child is, or my wife and or my children and or grandchildren are in my car, you have now entered into armed conflict with my 2-ton vehicle. My 2-ton vehicle is going to win. Because I am going to run over you. If you start bashing the windows of my SUV, I'm dropping it in a low, and I'm gonna go thump 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 while I'm dialing 911 and just say, because I'm gonna get out in front of the narrative. You're about to get a bunch of phone calls about a guy that just drove through a crowd in an SUV. I'm the guy in the SUV and I'm the victim. I need a police response. They broke my windows. I have my kids, my grandkids, my wife, whoever in the car. Yes, I will fucking freely admit on the recorded line, I rolled over everybody who was in my way. Because because what am I doing? I'm testifying on a recorded line to my state of mind. My state of mind is my loved ones' lives were at risk. We ain't gonna be waiting for no fucking news report or YouTube journalists or TikTok journalists to start the narrative. I'm starting the narrative. You surrounded my car. I felt I was threatened. I dropped it in a low and I thumped through everybody. I want to do nothing, but unfortunately it's time to get back to the 80-hour work grind. That sucks, man. But you know what? I have a lot more respect for you on the 80-hour a week grind than the people that put in zero effort and collect a government check. There are people, it's like I say to people are like, oh, it's easy for you to say because you're on disability. Dude, I would fucking love to be able to touch somebody on the shoulder and pay it forward. I would love nothing more than to tap you on the shoulder, let you get all of my disability pay, but you get to take all my physical and mental health ailments. You get to take all of them. And as you've heard me say, I would never wish what's wrong with me onto anybody. But if you're so certain you want this life, you can have it. But you got to take all the health elements, though. Got to take all of them.
This sheriff introduced.
But yeah, people aren't picking up the narrative. People aren't picking up what people are putting down. Sheriff Joseph Arepo, I know that guy. He's great. I love that. I love that particular sheriff. Provides the inmates the minimum necessity so they do not come back. Same lunch of bologna sandwiches, a sugar drink, and something else. He has meals costing 30 cents per inmate. No coffee, no smokes, no commissary, no nothing. I hate to say it, but I like that he deters them from returning. Right. Everybody gets pink underwear. They're out on the chain gang. They're living in Tent City. Yeah, I'm the one with the nerve pain, and Come On Bunny doesn't want it. Come On Bunny says, I'd rather work 80-hour weeks than have Jalan's nerve pain. I wish that I could be. I wish I had enough up hours of the week to be able to go to a job for 80 hours. I think that prison is too nice. For example, prison, yard time, meal time, rec time, TV time, weightlift time. Nah, bitch. Cell time, cell time, cell time, cell time, cell time. Period. 8x6 cell. Period. Ready? Standard block of 4. The wall separating the inmates is a wet wall. This corner of their room, this corner of their cell, has the shower built into the corner, the toilet, the drains. Oh, you probably put the toilets there, maybe. That might be a little better, but right there. You're in your 8x6 cell. They bring your meals to you. It's real simple. It's real easy. Guard says meal time. Everybody puts their tray, their cup, their silverware, 3 pieces. They slide it out on the tray. As I come along with your next set of food, I'm going to have a guy behind me. Tray, cup, knife, fork, spoon. I'm taking that, putting up the next tray. Take your food. Get to the next one. Tray, cup, knife, spoon. Better produce a fork. You got 5 seconds. This inmate did not get fed. They didn't return all of their utensils. Wait, I found it. We'll feed you next time. You'll be okay. Little screens in their little cell. Would you like to work on your GED today? No. Have a good day. The screen just turns off. Wait, I wanted to read. Nope, you don't get to read. You didn't want to work on your GED today. Would you like to read current events? Yes. Would you like to read da-da-da? Yes. No more of this fucking bullshit that we have. Fucking commissary TVs, little TVs. Little TV in your fucking cell. Shit. No, man, GED class in your cell. Get your GED. We'll take some time off your sentence. But the time off your sentence is suspended. You get your GED, we'll take a year off your sentence. If you're a young man, we got to break it out. It's not a big picture, one size fits all. Get your GED, we'll take some time off your sentence. But if you come back, you get all that old time from your early release added back to you. We're going to use the military term of a suspended bust. You're on parole. You're earning off all that time. You reoffend while on parole, you get all that time back. I've seen inmate cells with more luxuries than a common college dorm room. At some of the white collar jails, yeah, I'll agree with you. It's pushing it, but I'll agree with you. I love Mayor Johnson here. Mayor Johnson has completely lost control of Chicago.
That's not appropriate. We're not talking about mob actions. I didn't say that.
What happened?
Okay, hold on a second, okay? Respectfully, these large gatherings, just hold on a second, y'all. I promise you, we have time to talk. It's important that we speak of these dynamics in an appropriate way.
It's important that we discuss these actions in an appropriate way. You don't want to call them mob action when these kids are out damaging property. Illinois law, mob action. A person commits mob action when he or she engages in the following: The knowing or reckless use of force or violence disturbing the public peace by two or more persons acting together and without authority of law. The knowing assembling of two or more persons with the intent to commit or facilitate the commission of a felony or misdemeanor, or knowing assembly of two or more persons without authority of law for the purpose of doing violence to the person or property of anyone supposed to have been guilty of a violation of the law, or for the purpose of exercising correctional powers or regulative powers over a person by violence. This or doesn't make this less valuable. They're not mobs, they're undocumented, mostly peaceful. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the kids in Chicago after curfew who are already breaking the law, running on the tops of cars. Mob action in the first is a class 4 felony. Mob action in paragraph 2 or 3 is a class C misdemeanor. Maybe if we start charging some of these kids with class 4 felonies when appropriate, class C misdemeanors when not, some of these kids will realize, I'm going to go to jail. Oh, you're being facetious. Okay, it's hard to tell. You went to jail for the weekend in your early 20s. You ate more that weekend than I had the following week or the previous week. Yeah. I'm not making this up. There are people in Chicago that commit crimes when they're down on their luck because they know they'll get fed all weekend and they know Cook County Jail is full, so they know there's no chance of them getting sent to jail at all. And they know since they've only committed a class B or C misdemeanor, they get held in lockup over the weekend and fed, which is why Chicago and other parts of Cook County do weekend arraignments. What do you think happened when they started doing weekend arraignments? People stopped committing piddly-ass B and C felonies. Yeah, they're crime maxing. They're min-maxing their crime sentences. I told you, guy in my class, his choices were spend 52 weeks in jail or come to a class 52 times, once a week for 52 weeks. It's actually 54 weeks because we didn't run 2 weeks out of the year. We all took vacation. But the guy came 6 or 7, 8 classes. The reason why is he was timing when he went into jail. Because his cousin works as a jail sheriff, bailiff, and he knows the timing. The guy went to, I want to say 7 classes. And then he's like, hey, I need you to make sure to tell the judge that I was in class today. And I says, okay, why? We usually do them at intervals. He's like, oh, on Friday I'm going to court and I'm asking the judge to put me in jail and I'm going to ask for credit for the weeks of pretrial diversion that I've done. I said, my man, why not just do the damn class and get the dismissal? He's like, nah, I ain't got time for that shit. He's like, my cousin tells me I can go into jail right now. I'll be there maybe 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks at the worst. He's like, because they only have X number of beds in the jail. He's like, so if I get credit and I'm not supposed to be there for 52 full weeks, if I bump that down to like 44 with the classes I've taken, yeah, 44. So he said that I know where that puts me in the line, and I'll get bumped out by all the people that are going to get new convictions. If people have figured out how to min-max their jail sentence, then jail's no longer an effective alternative. It's no longer a deterrent. I can get sentenced to 52 weeks in jail and I can be out in 6 weeks. I don't know. Build more jails. Or let's take some petty bullshit B and C misdemeanors off the books. Or if you get sentenced to 52 weeks in jail, it's $52,000. It's $1,000 a week. Starting in the year 2030, you are going to be responsible to pay $1,000 for every week of jail time you get sentenced to. Yeah, stop jailing for jaywalking with a camel during the middle of a Wednesday. Stop. This is one of the few times that I bring a racial thing in. Stop arresting black men for walking while black. Look, there is racism in this country all over the place. We're never going to solve it unless we all start talking about the blatant racism we see. I can jaywalk 8 times a day across the same road and never get fucked with, but the one time a black guy does it, he gets pulled over. The same cop has been seeing me cross here for 5 years and has never fucking once rolled up on me. But the first time a black man does it, you're all over him. Like, what the fuck? Leave him alone. All he did was cross the street. Why did he? We should have gone to the corner. The fucking corner is 2/3 of a mile away. We don't have a fucking corner. We don't have crosswalks. We have one crosswalk on the highway. We have another crosswalk on the county road. If you're anywhere between, there's no fucking crosswalk. Random chance after third time in there to hit the sent to the middle of buttfuck nowhere Sahara Desert. Well, you know, that's a great way to get people that's a great way to get people to not drink. If every Saturday they drove people out into the fucking boondocks and made them walk back, like that movie, The Walking or whatever, that the viewers were going to have to be on a treadmill to do, that's a great fucking idea. Take them out 25 miles out of town, make them walk home. If they don't make it, they go to jail. I could get down with that. But the same thing can be said about rural cops pulling over out of county plated cars for speeding or failure to signal. Well, that is another problem. We have this bullshit where when a municipality gives an ordinance violation, the money shouldn't go back to the municipality. The money should go back to the state. And then the state should divvy that out. And then what you would find is that everybody would stop giving those bullshit tickets because everybody's municipality gets hurt by that. Yeah, they're fishing for probable cause to occur during the traffic stop, or they're giving bullshit tickets because the average person is going to pay a bullshit ticket if their only other option is to travel back to bumfuck nowhere on a court date. And what sucks is, I told the story, my wife got her license suspended because she forgot about a ticket she had. It was in the middle of Bubsville, nowhere, Missouri. And it cost me like $3,000 to hire an attorney and get the ticket tossed. It's fucking bullshit. But it's easy to forget about a ticket when you get a ticket over. Like back in the day, when they took your license, when you got a ticket, you remembered all the time you were on a ticket, right? Because every time you'd open your wallet, you remember, you used to need your fucking driver's license at the bank, because we didn't have all this bullshit online banking nonsense. You wrote checks for things. When you went to the bank, what pisses me off is, not that I don't like the fact that they visually know me. I live in a small town. There's 8,800 people in the town total. There's like 4,000 adults, maybe. We've got a lot of kids in this town. When I go into the bank, they know me by name. Half the time, the one girl, when I walk in, I'm not even halfway across the lobby yet, and she's like, how much do you need? Because they know I only come in to either withdraw cash or I'll just, nope, and I'll hold it up. Yeah, everyone knows the town asshole. Yeah, everyone does. Yeah, it's like Cheers, man. Everybody knows everybody in this town. Like, we all know Cheryl at the grocery store. Like, nobody raises their voice at Cheryl because all the town people will fucking kill you. Like, You yell at Cheryl, we're getting the hammer and the nails real quick. We're getting the rope. Don't yell at Cheryl. She's a nice lady. But the thing that bothers me about it is, although you know me, shouldn't you ask me for my ID? Only so that when you have to ask somebody else for their ID, you don't get accused of preferential treatment? I love the fact that you don't ask me for my ID, but I don't want to see you get hemmed up when they ask somebody else. Like, for example, I don't drink. I don't consume alcohol. Doesn't do anything for me, and I want to take the medicine that I'm on. Yeah, that's military thinking. Always follow process. Right. There's a girl who works at the one gas station that has a huge liquor cabinet. She doesn't give a shit. Their store's policy is we ID everybody. She doesn't fucking care. Cops in there after work, and she's like, I need to see your ID. He's like, you know who I am. She's like, I don't care who you are. I need to see your ID. Period. Dot. Because I have to scan it, because we have the register that I must scan an ID, because they don't store a copy. All it does is when you scan it, it pops up and it says 21 or over, or it goes, it's like, Yeah, old ass man, not quite 21. What I don't get is, sheriff, you, or officer, deputy, you know that's the law. You know that's the law. She has to do. Better question, why are you picking up alcohol on your way home from work while in uniform and making an ass out of yourself? How hard is it to open your wallet, pull out your ID, and just hand it to her? Why do we gotta be assholes about it? Your local gas station had their credit card system down. Dude let me walk out with a carton of Marlboro Lights without paying for them and told me to stop by tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. In the old days, we were allowed to have a tab at the candy store. Could never do that now. You could never have that.
That's not appropriate.
Let's see. It's always good when we've got an Asmongold video queued up. Big thing over the weekend. First of all, I'm going to say it again, and if you're a liberal or you're on the left or you're a Democrat, plug your ears, because I'm about to offend your whole identity. If you don't stand behind the troops, please feel free to stand in front of them. All the people that have never served in the military, don't assume you know shit about the military. Ask a question or two. Why are these soldiers still following illegal orders? Because they're not illegal orders. They're not illegal orders. Well, we're not at war. We don't have any right to bomb Iran. The War Powers Act. The War Powers Act is unconstitutional. Not until the Supreme Court rules it's unconstitutional. Congress passed it. The president signed it. It's a law. Until somebody challenges it, which is another inherent flaw of our government, of our Constitution, the Supreme Court can't hear cases unless somebody files a case and gets it up through the wickets. Unless it's one of the few topics that the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. The War Powers Act, in my opinion, is an immoral pile of garbage. It's an immoral pile of garbage. But with that said, until somebody else comes along and says, you don't have to follow that, it's a lawful order. Believe me, there are no doubt Air Force pilots who have gotten their targeting package and said, the fuck is this? there are no doubt Navy pilots who are like, well, shit. But remember, a pilot doesn't take off for a bombing run, a combat mission, without being told what they're doing. They have an opportunity to question the validity and the legality of their orders. And unfortunately, where we're at is unless we can see the decision-making matrix that was used for that bridge bombing, all I can say is, as a retired officer, I don't see the value in striking that bridge. So in my opinion, it could be charged as a war crime because it was a use of force that had no military application and instead was specifically carried out to hurt the civilian population. However, there might be a military piece behind the scenes I'm not privy to, which is one of the things that's interesting to me about people. People will have an identity, an opinion based on facts. It would be great if our president could not start a war he can't get us out of. It's like that scene in Kingdom of Heaven. We do not want war with Saladin. We do not want it, and we may not win it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not winning the war in Iran right now. We're not winning. We're not losing, but we're not winning. They shoot down an F-15 Strike Eagle. They shoot down or damage a Hercules, a Black Hawk, 2 Black Hawks, and an A-10. We've lost an AWACS. We've lost 4 other F-15s. We've had an F-35 damaged. We've had a KC-135 crash, kill all 6 crew members on board, damaging another KC-135, 5 more KC-135s damaged or destroyed on the ground. $1 billion radar system in Kuwait destroyed. A secondary radar station in the Bahrain area was damaged. I think that one's 400 million. Numerous bases in Iraq, Qatar, Saudi Arabia all hit. The Gerald R. Ford going to be out of commission for 12 to 20 months. I'm not saying it was hit by enemy fire. I'm saying that it was in a wartime environment and it had a fire in the laundry room. What we have is that monetarily, Iran sends a drone against us that costs $20,000, and we use a $500,000 interceptor, and we use multiple of them. Iran is costing us millions. Meanwhile, people are like, Trump is playing 5D chess. Trump isn't playing 5D chess. Trump is a seagull shitting on a checkers board, and you're a sycophant, and you're licking the board clean for him. Donald Trump had a great original idea of a message. Make America great again. And he has now made it so no future president can ever try to make America great again. Trump is playing tic-tac-toe, right? And he's not that good at it. Someone told me that I don't have any critical thinking skills. I don't give a shit. If somebody on Twitter wants to tell me I don't have critical thinking skills, then all I can say is then that person, nobody on the planet has critical thinking skills. I want to know how somebody within 6 steps of Kevin Bacon can connect for me how bombing Iran makes our lives better. There are Americans who think NATO stands for North American Treaty Organization. One of them was a newspaper editor. A newspaper ran a headline of North American Treaty Organization. What in the fuck is wrong with you? It's North Atlantic. North Atlantic. It's really important to know what we're talking about. All these people that are shit talking Europe, and what they're doing is well, let me go a different route. There's all these individuals that are saying America pays all this money for NATO's defense spending. What money? Because NATO's defense spending is the aggregate, the sum total of what you spend on your own military. There are people that would rather spend $500 billion bombing Iran than $5 billion feeding American kids. Last week, I put up a video I put up an image of what I view the problem is. I put up this video, this image. I put this out on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Truth Social, YouTube Shorts. 11 million kids in poverty, 14 million facing food insecurity. One scholar turned around and said, what part of illegal alien don't you understand? There's only 12 million illegal aliens in America. Undocumented. There's only 12 million. We know about them because they appear on the census. Why the fuck we have a census that counts undocumented people, I have no idea. But that's neither here nor there. We know there's a maximum of 2 million undocumented children in this country. So take 2 million max off of the other categories, because not all of them live in poverty and not all of them are facing food insecurity. So there's 9 million American kids in poverty and 12 million facing food insecurity. Good job, blowhole. Blow hard. Good job, blowhard. You completely missed the narrative that I want to feed American kids. I don't need 500 billion. I don't need a trillion. I don't need 1.5 trillion. I want to feed American kids. And honestly, I don't care about the direction we go, because if your opinion isn't, if your first opinion is, well, I don't want to feed illegal immigrants, okay, it's kind of a shitty attitude to have that you don't want to feed kids, but I can get down with it. National pride and all, I'll get down with you. But when I tell you that still 9 million American kids in poverty and 12 million American kids facing food insecurity, and the next words out of your mouth are, shit, I didn't know that, how do we fix it? Well, if we feed the stupid to the hungry, we'll solve 2 problems at once. The number of women cheering for a country with Sharia law to beat up the West cracks me up. I don't understand how they can't see how good we have it over here. Because we don't have it good over here, and that's the problem. I think the problem becomes where we're missing a really important part is we don't have it good in America. We only have it good in America by contrast to shitty third world poverty-stricken countries. For example, people will say there's more poor in America than there are in China. Okay. The poverty level in USD in China is $600. The poverty level in America is $15,000. Holy fuck, that makes a huge difference. But people wouldn't know that because they don't dig into the research. However, when you're poor in China, you are facing that no shit, death is 2 doors down in your death is 2 days down the calendar. You're facing that crippling death. And people are like, oh yeah, compared to China, we have it better. Yep. The problem is we're the world's largest economy. Why do we have any? Why do we have any children in poverty? Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, several people, they all want to pass a wealth tax. I don't want to pass a wealth tax. Here's why I don't want to pass a wealth tax. It's really easy. Look at what my line on taxes says. Stop wasting money, balance the budget, then talk about raising taxes. I'm sorry, I'm not defending billionaires here because I think billionaires who exist inside of an economy with 14 million hungry children are shitty billionaires. Period. But I understand the idea, the mentality of the billionaires who don't want to pay more money because it's just going to be wasted. I think it is important to note that it's not just an issue of food production, it's access and stability issues. Most food insecurity tracks directly with income volatility, not absolute poverty alone. Yeah, but nobody said it does. These numbers here are to give you a realization that when you're living in the country with the largest GDP and it's bigger than the next 3 countries combined, you shouldn't have any poverty. You shouldn't have any food insecurity. Period. Dot. We shouldn't. The top 2 factors we should not have in America, because there should not be poverty. Children, you notice I didn't talk about adults in poverty, because adults are the masters of their fate, the captain of their soul. American adults, it's carpe diem, baby. The world is out there. There's money to be made. There's money to be made, but not for the lazy. But a kid can't go get a job. A 2-year-old can't get a job. A 2-year-old is 100% dependent on adults to be taken care of. We produce more food than's necessary, but the problem is we have a capitalistic society. For example, I'll give you the example of where the problem comes in. It's 10 p.m. and I've still got a pot of soup and 5 loaves of bread. Okay? I got a full pot, 5 loaves of bread. If I start giving that away at the bar because I want to close down the kitchen, then I know after 9 p.m. I won't sell any more soup. I won't sell any more soup. I won't sell any more bread because people know at 10 I give it all away. Well, I want to feed hungry people, but instead I end up feeding cheap people. So what did I ever do with this stuff? What did I do with this extra at the end of the night? I gave it to my workers. Told my workers, Once we closed for the night, get yourself a bowl. I said, don't be greedy. Get a bowl. Don't take a whole loaf of bread for yourself. Cut a chunk off. I had people come to me at the end of the night, be still 2 loaves of bread there. Be like, what's going to happen with that? I said, I see you eyeing it. Take it. You don't even have to ask me. You don't even have to ask me. Just give me the nod. You don't have to fall on your your pride doesn't have to. You're hungry? Yeah, go ahead. Eat, man. I had people that worked at the bar, the restaurant. No, I didn't give away free alcohol. I gave away 1 drink at the end of the night, but I wasn't going to feed people's depression and shitty situation. I had a person come in, they were down on their luck. I said, hey, honest to God, if you're this hard up, who's feeding your kid? They're like, I don't know. It's how it's going. So I said to the chef, the cook, I won't call him a chef. We're not that bougie. I said, hey man, any loose meat that's getting close, it doesn't have to be tomorrow. If it's close and you're at the bottoms, just make up a bunch of sandwiches for me. Made them up. She's going out the door. I said, here. I said, take it. Just take it. It's easy. Take it. But you can't have every employee come to me needing a sandwich. I could do it for a little while, and then I start to lose money. And the problem is people can't see the difference between Walmart's and Jalan's little bar, pub, shop thing. I don't have billions of dollars. So do we... Oh, not the one I wanted. So do we increase or stabilize child tax credits, strengthen nutrition programs, make school food hubs with free breakfast and lunches, along with backpack programs to ensure they're fed on the weekends? The last one is exactly what we should be doing. Monday through Friday, in my opinion, the school building should be open at least 12 hours a day because kids should be in school 10 hours a day. Doesn't have to be the same teacher on morning shift and afternoon shift. I'm not asking teachers to work 12-hour shifts. We need caregivers, we need chaperones, we need supervisors, we need teachers, we need educators, we need alternative educators, we need coaches, we need administrators. Yeah, I wish we had what lunch ladies used to be, where they actually made the food instead of reheating it from some mass food distributor. But why do we have that? Because it's cheaper to have them reheat from a mass food distributor. But no, kids should be getting breakfast, lunch, and dinner at their school Monday through Friday. I love the idea of backpack programs. I love the idea of the backpack program. I'll give you what I love even better. I love Saturday mornings, 6 to noon, or 7 to 1, or 8 to 2, whatever works for that community. I love the idea of remedial reading programs so parents can get reading help. I love the idea of free tax preparation. So when it gets near tax time, you can go in. I love the idea of Saturdays, the school community outreach. You know what else I love? Churches ain't gonna like me on this one. In churches, they can suckle the stick too if they're gonna get mad. Churches have statues of gold, fucking marble inlays, gold chalices. When was the last time you found the fish and the loaves and you fed the people? Churches take money from the community to do what with it? Who are they feeding? What are they building? If every church in America would feed 5 families, the amount of poverty in our country would go away. The amount of food scarcity would go away. No, unfortunately, and you're right, but I'm gonna be more specific. Churches aren't building mega churches. It's private preachers who are building these mega churches. seeing these organizations that every fucking thing is corrupt with them. Every single thing is corrupt with them. Huge churches, big tithings. Told you once I got taken to a church that I thought was more cult. I never went back after the second time. First time I went, I was with one of the families that are got their own level, their own balcony. I didn't know. And then they're trying to indoctrinate me into this shit. The next week I went back because I just was interested in more. But the family that I went with wasn't there. And they're all like, oh, well, you can't come upstairs. Then I was like, I just said to the guy, I'm so confused. I was invited here last week. I don't know what's going on. And then I could tell he didn't give a shit. As the collection plate came around, it's not my parish. It's not my diocese. So I didn't contribute. As I'm standing there looking to see if anybody from the week prior, if I remembered, I see these guys. There's 6 dudes carrying bags of money, armed guards with them. This is, I'm out of here. This isn't a church. This shit's a fucking cult. Never going back. Go to a Catholic church. I understand the value of collecting donations because they have a school attached. But where's the feed the people part? Where's the help? Monday, kebab stew. Tuesday, spinach sticks. I'll vomit all over you. Wednesday, creamy tomato soup. I'll vomit on you. Thursday, fish burger. I'm gonna vomit on you. Friday, potato dumpling. But fuck that. Get that fucking menu out of here. I might have to write that school up for cruel and unusual treatment to the children.
Lose all of this to rescue one pilot and call it your greatest military success of all time. I've noticed a lot of foreigners who seem to not understand why we'd risk hundreds of lives, spend millions of dollars, and sacrifice several aircraft to rescue one guy. And the reason they don't understand it is also the reason that they can't be made American by a sheet of paper. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I love to hear it. There it is. Absolutely. And everybody knows it. Everybody fucking knows it. Yes, absolutely. Patriot, guaranteed, certified, 100% fucking patriot. No man left behind. That's right.
That right there, I don't always agree with Asmongold, but that right there is a great talking point. We've got members, we've got Americans, the liberal left, the Democrats, that were literally cheering on, hoping that that colonel, who was the backseater in the F-15, would get caught. Okay, look, I know I have a bias here because I'm ex-military, but if you're rooting for an American service member to get caught by your enemy, get the fuck out of the country. Get that should be fucking treason. That should be fucking treason. Look, the man didn't want to be there. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. But we don't know that he deliberately, like, you don't, let me tell you something about the military. When you start signing up too often to go to war, we give you a mental health exam. We're a little worried about you. When you start volunteering to keep going on dangerous deployments, we start to worry that you're getting a taste for the killing, and we don't like that. But your response is to hope that an American service member gets caught. You've got foreign, like the French, all these French people are saying, whatever their bullshit is, I just keep saying to the French people, I don't want to hear your opinion about American military doctrine, because every person in the world knows the French military doctrine is we surrender. Like, they don't know what the word advance means. It's the same people hoping over the weekend Trump was in the hospital. Yeah. Here's the thing. Donald Trump is your president. If you are an American, Donald Trump is your president. He can be I didn't vote for him. Cool. I didn't vote for him either. But Donald Trump is your president. What is my opinion of Hassan promoting groups like Hezbollah to 30 to 1,040 people? Great, I'll hit that. It's about to be clippable. What is my opinion of Hassan promoting groups like Hezbollah to 30, 40,000 people? He should be deplatformed on every single platform he's on. No serious social media platform should ever allow Hassan to join it. And then he should go to the Middle East and he should join Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi rebels, because that is straight terrorism. The answer to Israel isn't promoting terrorism. The answer to Israel is appealing to the United Nations to do something about Israel. You have the freedom of speech, but you have the freedom of speech to stand on a corner on a soapbox with a megaphone to whoever will gather and listen to you. I will say, people like Hassan having 30 to 40,000 viewers annoys me, because it means that a message of hate is making him rich, and he's not doing enough, if anything, to make life better. For example, you give me 40,000 viewers on any platform. You give me the income that would come from 40,000 viewers. I still won't take a penny of it. I'll still produce music, which, by the way, to let everybody know, I commissioned an amazing bossa nova jazz composer and his band to do the Christmas bossa nova album. I also finished the Jazz Noir album that'll be coming out in October. To just give you guys a little sneaky peek of the motif or the mood or the setting of the jazz album that's coming, right? This should give you just a little flavor for the mood, the styling of Jazz Noir that we got coming. If you know jazz, then you know what that is. If you don't, then for those of you that aren't familiar, Jazz Noir is that music that makes panties drop and fills up brandy glasses. Did I see what Donald Trump posted or retweeted? This is literally the Mall of America in Minnesota. 85% of these people are on welfare. I don't have the volume playing on your end because I didn't know what the volume was going to be. Okay, so here's the thing, and I'm going to say it, and some of you may not be happy with me, and some of you may realize that this is why a person like me needs to get elected. More people like me need to get elected in the government. Ready? Yeah, it's a copywritten song. So that's why I don't play it. Certain people I trust, and I'll go blind with what they link. This right here doesn't bother me. This right here, being the Mall of America, doesn't bother me. You know why it doesn't bother me? Because that's what the First Amendment was for. The First Amendment was written precisely because of how America's original European inhabitants from England were. You don't believe in the same things the king does, the Church of England does, the Archbishop does. Why don't you take your people and get the fuck out? If you want religious freedom, why don't you go to America? Why doesn't the Quakers all go to Pennsylvania, and the Presbyterians go here, and the Baptists go here, and the Protestants go here, and everybody wherever else they're going to go? That's where America came from. Displaced people who wanted freedom to worship. Now, the First Amendment doesn't just say separation of church and state. It says Congress will make no law establishing a religion and Congress will make no law preventing the free worship of a religion. Now, I am not saying that headscarves and face coverings, I agree with them, because fundamentally, I do not. But if you want to wear a head covering in a mosque, go right ahead. You want to wear a head covering in a public location, go right ahead. But where I run into hypocrisy is I go out in the cold and I'm wearing a balaclava over my forehead up, so all you see is my eyes, and then I have my Oakleys in there to protect myself. If that's okay, but a Muslim's headscarf isn't, if the hijab isn't, then we have a problem. If you want to tell me that off of my own property, I can't have my face covered, I'll agree with you, as long as nobody else can have their face covered, including ICE agents. As long as the rules are good for everybody, and I don't mean liked by everybody. But then you need to ban a nun's headwear as well. No, you wouldn't, because a habit doesn't cover the face. It only covers the hair, and it doesn't cover this. I wouldn't need to ban that. That's why I said the face covering. The headscarf doesn't interfere with identification. It used to. It used to. I don't care about the headscarf. It's kind of like people caring about headscarves because they find something they can be racist or bigoted about, so they bite into it. Like somebody mentioned earlier, Sharia law. If you study divorces, Sharia law has a very interesting part to it, where if a husband wants to divorce his wife, he can't leave her destitute. People want to say some parts of the religion are bad. They say some parts are bad. Okay. I watch Catholics condemn other religions, and I say, but your religion involves alchemy and cannibalism. And Catholics will get like raging pissed at me. And they'll be like, what do you mean my religion involves alchemy and cannibalism? This is the flesh of my body. This is the cup of my blood. A minute ago, it was wine and bread. And through the transfiguration, it is now the body and blood of Christ. And just so we're clear, if you hit me, if as a Catholic you try to hit me back with, well, it's not really his body and blood. No, that's where you're not a Catholic then. We don't believe the wine is a representation of Jesus's blood. We believe through the transfiguration, the priest has turned that wine into blood, has turned that bread into the flesh of Christ. So when you say, be careful with your interpretations of other people's religions, because an outsider's interpretation of your religion is then just as valid. Look, I don't agree with everything the Muslims do. I don't agree with everything the Jews do. I don't agree with everything the Catholics, the Christians do. I don't agree with all of any religion. That's called, not being indoctrinated. I'll take this, I'll take this, I'll take this, I'll take this. I won't take the rest. No, thank you. I don't want that. That sounds like a lot of racist bigotry to me. I'm not in the mood for that. So it's like somebody posted, the Zionists have sterilized black people in Israel in our day. Does anybody have any credible evidence that Israel is sterilizing black people? Because if there's credible evidence, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to see it. But I've never seen it. I've never seen it in the slightest. Yeah, 2013. That's more than a decade ago. I think we have to be a little careful when we say in our age. That's 13 years ago. I'm not excusing it. It's definitely a talking point. But it's like this woman. Our world right now is being torn apart by people and their bigotry weaponizing religion. I will never understand how Christians can support those who crucified Christ and would do it again. Okay, lady, you're a cafeteria Christian. You pick and choose what doctrine to follow. Did Jesus not say, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they are doing? As he laid on the cross, dying, did he not pray to his Father as a rabbi? Jesus was a rabbi. He was Jewish. He was Judean, not Palestinian. He was a Judean Jewish rabbi who was being crucified. Did Jesus not say, whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross daily and follow me? So I never understand how Christians can support those who crucified Christ and would do it again. I'm a Christian and I say Jesus forgave them, therefore, who am I to condemn them? Now, does that mean that I support Israel in their killing of innocent people? Fuck no, it does not. No, it does not. Israel has the right to exist. No, it does not if this is going to be the way it chooses to exist. Israel has the right to exist peaceably with its neighbors, lawfully with its neighbors. Our mistake was, if Israel was ready to be admitted to the UN, but Palestine wasn't, then Israel shouldn't have been admitted. Because you can't deny a country and say your borders are disputed, and meanwhile Israel is the only country we have disputed borders with. It's a mistake from 75 years ago that's going to keep fucking biting us in the ass. We all have a right to exist peacefully. Yes, we all have a right to exist. Now, what about if you choose to partake in things that are morally reprehensible? Do you still have a right to exist? No. If the actions you take never impact anybody else, because you get real close and uncomfortable with some people, but the moment your actions impact somebody else, the aggressor is the one who forfeits the right to live. Do you think it's a talking point to try to separate Israel from Judaism the way that certain things the U.S. don't align with Christian views all the time? That is a great fucking question right there. That is an amazing fucking question. Do you think it's a talking point to try to separate Israel from Judaism the way certain things the U.S. don't align with Christian views all the time? Well, we have to dig back even further with the difference between the United States of America and Israel. In Israel, Israel is the land of the Jews, both religiously and ethnically. America is not a Christian nation. And I know some people don't like that. And I will be the first to say America was founded by WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. At its core, America has Christian values. And I'm going to go a step further at its core, America has Judeo-Christian values. And this is really important because there are some Christian sects. There's like 45,000 different denominations of Christian because anybody can form one. I can form one. Jalanism. The path to Jesus is through Jalan, and the path to God is through Jesus. Send me $19.99 and I'll send you my 3-part book series on how to get rich in this life and the next. The trick is, it's a lot more difficult to separate Judaism out of Israel than it is to separate Christianity out of America. Because although you can go to Israel and be a Christian or be a Muslim or be something other, it's a lot more difficult to dissect apart where the religious identity ends, the cultural identity ends, and the national identity ends. Israel is a soup. Israel is a soup. You've put in a bunch of things over the hours, and they've all melted down and they've blended together. It's not a stew, it's a soup. America is a stew. Yeah, you've put in chicken stock or beef broth. You've put in chunks of meat, big chunks of vegetables. You can't really pull apart America, you can pull apart the differences. You could, if your kid doesn't like carrots, you can pull all the carrots out of the stew. Israel is a soup. You put in cream of chicken soup, you put in milk, you put in water, you put in chicken stock. You don't really have a way now to separate out the components. I think that's a great talking point, though. I think it's an amazing thing, which is why when people come in and they start bashing on Jews, I say, hold on a second. Are you talking about Jewish the nationality, Jewish the ethnicity, Jewish the nationality being Israeli, the ethnicity being Jewish by heritage, or religion being Jewish by religion? You know, I have this conversation with a lot of people. You would be surprised how many people look at me, a mid-white 50s man in South Florida who finishes most conversations with "have a blessed day" with confusion. If someone offered me a religion-based blessing as a greeting, who am I to find offense when they are in essence wishing me well upon their religious beliefs? No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's why I make the joke about the Chinese New Year. The Chinese New Year, the blessing, which I can't say because I can't speak a lick of Chinese, is I hope you get rich. And the appropriate response is, I hope you get rich too. People get offended. Have a blessed day. I don't need your pagan blessings. I didn't say, may any of my 100 pagan gods bless you. May you have a blessed day. Are you religious? Yes. Then all I'm asking is for your deity to bless you. That's it. I want your deity to bless you. And people, you're right, people don't know how to respond. Now, you're right. A couple of things that don't exist in Israel, because you are correct to say this, and this is where I would say Americans' biggest flaw is Americans, and this is a dig at Americans, they're not cosmopolitan. Americans, and it's not their fault, they don't get exposed to it, because we can't teach certain things in school. There is no such thing as a civil union in Israel. And that catches some people off guard. I can marry you in America. You have to tell me what state, because sometimes I have to forward my credentialing to your state, which I think is bullshit, but whatever. But I can marry you. A justice of the peace can marry you. In Israel, they don't have that option. Marriage is only controlled by their religious authorities. There is no justice of the peace to marry you. You either go through the chief rabbinate if you're Jewish, you go through the church if you're Catholic. What the fuck are they taking off from the base? That's loud as shit. You go through the mosque if you're Muslim. Also, Israel has civil courts and religious courts. Jewish courts handle divorce for Jews, Islamic courts for Muslims. Israel doesn't have they don't have separation of church and state, but they also don't declare Judaism as the only religion allowed. Hold on. So, I think where people get confused is that they assume that all countries are just like the United States, when in fact, very few countries are like the United States. Tomorrow's strike team preparing to take Greenland while telling everyone Iran is the target. I never will wish ill on anybody, including Donald Trump, because I don't want the karma of his death on my soul. But it would be fucking, it would be fucking amazing if Donald Trump was somehow no longer president anymore. It would be amazing if by whatever means needs to happen, Donald Trump was no longer president. Iran aid group warns Iran war is hindering food and medicine from reaching millions. The world. Hold on. Aid groups are warning that the war in the Middle East has upended their ability to get food and medicine to millions of people around the world. Key pathways such as the Strait of Hormuz have been effectively shuttered, and routes from strategic hubs as Dubai, Doha, and Abu Dhabi have been impacted. Transport costs have spiked with higher fuel and insurance rates. The World Food Program says it has thousands of tons, tens of thousands of metric tons. Come on, AP News. This is a fucking terrible way to write this sentence. International Rescue Committee has 130,000 worth of pharmaceuticals intended for war-torn Sudan stranded in Dubai, and nearly 670 boxes of therapeutic food meant for severely malnourished children in Somalia stuck in India. What? Huh? What? I'm fucking confused. Hold on. Does anybody... Hold on. Can someone explain to me? I'm really fucking confused. How is what's happening here affecting the ability to get food out of India? I'm all for like looping in all the secondary and tertiary fields, but there's a whole ass country between Iran and India, and it takes you all the way out of the even if your pickup was right here. How is what's going on in Iran making this difficult? Even if you had to go down international waters, right? Till you got south of the American fleet. I don't get it. I'm not all about that bullshit. United, can we please get less ads? The United Nations says this is the most significant supply chain disruption since COVID, with up to 20% cost increase on shipments and delays as goods are rerouted. And the war is creating new emergencies, such as in Iran and also in Lebanon, where at least 1 million people have been displaced. The war in Iran and disruption to the Strait of Hormuz risk pushing humanitarian operations beyond their limits. Yeah, but I get if you're moving stuff out through the Strait of Hormuz. Right? I get that. I guess their only argument then would be because Yemen is where the Houthi rebels are and they can close that strait. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck Donald Trump is doing. I think Donald Trump is literally just throwing the world into chaos because he's throwing a hissy fit because he didn't win a peace prize.
Lose all of this.
I think this is him just being angry that he didn't get a peace prize. Let's watch this one real quick.
Africa wants a new world map, calling the current one the world's longest misinformation campaign. This week, the African Union officially backed what's called the Correct Map campaign, which aims to replace our current standardized world map with a version that shows a country's true size. You see, the Mercator map intentionally distorts the sizes of continents and countries for navigation purposes. So it appears that Africa is a similar size to the US or China, when in reality, it is so much bigger that the US, China, India, Japan, and much of Western Europe can all fit into Africa, and there still would be space left over. The African Union says that this over 500-year-old map is outdated, and are now calling for schools, governments, and international institutions to adopt images that reflect a country's true size. They propose the Equal Earth projection because they say this is so much more than just a map. It's about Africa's identity and pride. In fact, the head of a campaign group backing this says it's the world's longest misinformation and disinformation campaign, and it simply has to stop. But the question is, what do you think? Does size truly matter, or is the current map fine the way it is?
I think that the big problem is, yeah, shapes do get distorted. You're absolutely right. But we have people that believe that the United States is the same size as Africa. Therein lies our problem. When you have a tool, a teaching tool needs to teach, not teach misinformation. Europeans underestimate how big America is. Quite often. Quite often. Once upon a time in a land far away, there was a group of family members who literally said their goal was to go to Orlando, go to Disney and Universal and all that shit, and then the day before they were leaving, they were going to get up in the morning, drive to see the Grand Canyon, and then the next day go from the Grand Canyon up to LA and fly out of LA. And I said, y'all realize that you can't make it from Orlando to the Grand Canyon in a day. It's 24 hours of driving. And they're like, surely your country's not that big. When you're in Texas, yeah, the Grand Canyon to LA in one day is possible, but not Orlando to the Grand Canyon. Don't they use the globe to teach? Most classrooms don't even have a globe anymore. Yeah, that's this is a great example. This map is actually great. So here's the map. Show the real size of the countries. And that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do to, like, especially right now up here, right? People thinking Greenland is this massive country because they see it on a map. Greenland's not fucking massive. I mean, it's chonky, but it's not bigger than Africa. But what you have is the moment you bring this up to people, they get mad and they say, oh, well, your college degree is useless. Somebody told me my college degree in history from the 90s is useless. It's history, motherfuckers. Everything I learned prior to 1990 doesn't change.
Africa once...
What else do we got? Oh, well, do I want to go with, let's just go in order. Nope, this isn't the next one in order. Let's just go in order that I pulled them down.
A federal judge in California just ruled that nurses who hold doctorates, like DNPs, cannot legally call themselves doctor or use the prefix DR in a healthcare setting. This all started back in 2023 when 3 nurse practitioners with doctorates sued the state after 2 of them were fined thousands of dollars for calling themselves doctors online and in professional materials. The judge, Jesus Bernal, said that the term is inherently misleading commercial speech if used by non-physicians around patients and therefore not protected by the First Amendment. He pointed to an AMA survey showing that nearly 40% of patients believed a DNP was a physician, which he said proves the potential for confusion. The judge also argued that when DNPs use the title doctor in a clinical setting, they're essentially advertising their expertise to attract patients, which gives the state power to regulate it. The nurse practitioner's attorney said the ruling censors professionals who are being truthful about their credentials and that disclosure could have solved the...
So, this has been a talking point of mine for years. 30 years. The only person that should be called doctor ever is an MD, is a medical doctor. That is it. A medical doctor may be called doctor. If I had a PhD, I would not want to be called doctor. I'd want to be called professor. Your girlfriend is called doctor and she's a college professor of English. She should be called professor. A lawyer has a Juris Doctorate. Lawyers have a JD. Never met a lawyer that calls themselves doctor. I have met a couple of pretentious lawyers who throw that Esquire shit around, right? I've never met a lawyer that calls themselves doctor. I've met law professors that call themselves doctors. We have got to get past antiquated speech, or we got to go back to speech the way it was meant to be. Dr. Biden's, or like Bill Biden's wife got her doctorate to be called doctor. She's a PhD of education. Right. And the truth of the matter is, a PhD in education is a doctorate, but it doesn't make you a doctor. It means you have a doctorate. I would even go so far as Yeah, all those honorary doctorates out there. I would even go so far then, if doctor is going to become so pretentious, then let's not call MDs doctors anymore. Let's just call them physicians. Yeah, Dr. Jalan Esquire. General Dr. Jalan Esquire, Supreme Commander of the Steampunk Forces. Look, man, I don't, like, unless it has to do with one very specific component of my medical care, I don't, I don't use Archduke. I use Exarch. Just like in Warhammer, we hold this ground in the name of the Primarch. I'm the Exarch. I'm above all the Primarchs. But only religiously. Also, after replaying Warhammer 40k again, I would be willing to settle for Omnissiah. Yes, I'm the Emperor. But I could be the god of the machine people. And I'll be the Omnissiah. Like sake. Which is always funny to me. Doesn't it piss you off that people will know all the ranks and religions and everything of like Warhammer, but they can't apply that same memorization technique to their own fucking constitution? Like, look, man, I just had a guy explain to me fucking Warhammer 40k universe all the way from the Emperor down through the Blood Angels, the Space Marines, the Grey Knights, all the way down to the Foot Soldier. And then I was like, great, can you if you know all that about Warhammer 40k universe, what do you know about America's government? Not a damn thing. Yes. Yes, you are the Primus. You are the Primus of medicine. You are the Primus of law. I'm telling you, man, our society can't even figure out what names to call shit. Is it any wonder why people don't know what their civil rights are?
You don't want to call Benjamin Netanyahu, say, a war criminal. What happens if you do?
I definitely want to call the Prime Minister of Israel a war criminal. I'm gonna start this one over again. I absolutely, positively want to call this motherfucker a war criminal.
You don't want to call Benjamin Netanyahu, say, a war criminal. What happens if you do? What changes by just saying, I believe Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, and that signals what our sort of moral parameters are for the kind of leadership in Israel we view as acceptable?
This is not a political test.
By the way, this is a Democratic senator, and you want anybody that believes, because I'm not a big Zionist conspiracy theorist, but I know that there are Jewish PACs that give a lot of money to candidates. And tell me right now, as Cory Booker's talking, that there's not a political pundit, lobbyist, all that hand is all the way up his ass. You can almost see the fingers as Cory's mouth is moving.
For me, Benjamin Netanyahu is a horrible person who enabled October 7th and has failed to take accountability. Remember, he knew about the Qataris funding this horrific terrorist organization, Hamas. He knew about that. He allowed that funding to continue. Has failed in that sense. He has within his own administration people that are committing atrocities right now in the West Bank, as we've seen over these last few weeks. I have no problem calling him out and saying that he should be held accountable for any crimes that he's committed. Mm-hmm. My focus, and has been consistently before October 7th, is trying to be a force as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee to do everything that I can to bring this enduring conflict to an end. He's got an election coming up this year, Netanyahu, and I hope the people of Israel not only vote him out, but then jail him, because he's obviously has crimes right now that he's being investigated for. But there's still a problem in that region, and we still need to bring it to a conclusion. And I will continue to try to be, like I was there on October 7th, I will continue to try to be someone who finds a way, in every way possible, leveraging my position on the Foreign Relations Committee as a U.S. Senator, to end the suffering and the needless dying and really the injustice within that region.
So first of all, there, Cory Booker, you never addressed the fucking question. because I guess that's hard.
Kind of leadership in Israel.
I guess that's hard for politicians.
Yeah, this
acceptable.
This is not a political test.
I guess it's hard for politicians to explain why you don't want to call him a war criminal. He's a fucking war criminal. He's a fucking war criminal. He has directed the death of the death or injury of 50,000 Palestinian children. Like, look, for me, it's easy. If somebody wants to lump together all the Palestinians as all members of Hamas, I'll cut through that bullshit. Are you telling me a 5-year-old is a member of Hamas? Really? Because we've got 50,000 dead ones, or wounded ones, or maimed ones, directly by the IDF. And that's not accounting for the approximate 21,000 additional that have been injured through dehydration, starvation, rampant disease, because aid is cut off. And if the person wants to pivot and start talking about women and Hamas and sympathizers, like, shut the fuck up. Kids. Isn't that the political speech pattern? Avoid the question and dialogue in a manner that leaves your opponent hopefully seeing you in a better light. Right. It's use 75 words to say nothing. Do I think that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself? Do you think Epstein killed himself? Okay. I do not believe Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. I believe he had every reason to kill himself. I believe that killing himself was probably on the list of things he intended to eventually do. But I don't think he killed himself. Now, can we say that based on the number of times certain people's names appear in the Epstein files, that there was absolutely a cadre, a geesh of people who had a vested interest in killing Jeffrey Epstein? Abso-fucking-lutely. However, our society is so fucked. Okay? That people will say we can't investigate all of the Epstein perpetrators because it would cause society to collapse.
You don't want to call back.
We can't do what's right because society would collapse. Well, then let's let society collapse at that point. Let society collapse. I'm ready for that.
Here's a little refresher on who the hell I am. I wear a leather jacket, I have Lucille, and my nutsack is made of steel. I am not dying until I am damn good and ready.
So if society needs to collapse for us to bring justice... No, he's dead. I mean, we know he's dead. Either he's dead or they had an amazing doppelganger that was dissected. He has blackmail on many people. Some of Bill Gates has come out. Just curious how implicated our government is. We seem to be cooked. We are cooked. Because here's the problem. People can't even agree on... People can't agree helping children would be a good thing. Look, I don't give a fuck what your personal problem is. Let's get children out of poverty. Let's get children out of poverty. Let's get children out of food insecurity. Let's do that. Well, I don't have kids, so I don't think they're the most... I didn't ask you if you had kids, motherfucker. I said, should we help kids? Because if we're designing systems to lift kids out of poverty and lift kids out of food insecurity, it's going to have trickle-down effects and help everybody. But when your response is, I don't want to help anybody unless I'm helped first, well then, our society deserves to be cooked. Somebody threw back in my face the other day, they're like, I'm sure you spend all your free time helping kids. We've raised $15,000 for children on this channel alone. I personally have raised $30,000 for Shriners Burn Unit for kids. I raised another $12,000 for 65 Roses. I used to volunteer my time. I was a Catholic school teacher. And if you know anything about being a Catholic school teacher, it means you're deliberately taking about a third of the size of the paycheck you could get in the public schools. It's not about me doing more, it's about everybody else doing just a little. It's like I say, people are like, I every year, I'm like, when I do Extra Life, I have a community of 300 people. If y'all gave $1, that'd be $300, and I'll match it. Now that's $600. And we've made a difference in the lives of a bunch of kids. I'm only asking you for $1. I'm asking everybody for $1 in my community. And then I'll match it. This is where Charlie Kirk lost me when he was against feeding American kids. Right. Charlie Kirk, I agreed with about 70 to 75% of Charlie Kirk's ideas, but then Charlie Kirk would say either condescending, misogynistic, bigoted, like anti-woman shit rhetoric, or he'd say stuff like, well, it's not the government's job to feed kids. It's the parents' job or the local community's job or the state's job. But they're citizens of a nation and they're residents of a state and they can't take care of themselves. So when the parents are failing and the local community is failing and the state is failing, that is the entire purpose of a federal republic. That when the lowest level is failing to do its job, the higher levels all step down and do it. Again, can we all agree Erica's a psycho? No, we can't all agree to that. I think it's unfair to label Erica Kirk as a psycho when she was thrown into a position I don't think she was ready for after watching her husband get publicly murdered. And her husband is one of the greatest conspiracy cases of the 2020s. There's a lot of conspiracy there. The problem is, why is it that we have video cameras that are so damn amazing that we can see Sophie Turner's tits from half a mile away with a telephoto lens, but every time we're looking for a suspect in a shooting, all we ever have is security camera footage that looks like it's from the 80s and from, Terminator. Charlie said we have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem. Well, that's one of the times where Charlie Kirk was a fucking idiot. We do have a childhood obesity problem. Just because, and this is where Charlie Kirk could sometimes have benefited from a college education. This is our bell curve of child nutrition. If we have obesity over here, then we have starvation over here. And these are all the kids inside of the first standard deviation. These kids are all fed appropriately. And then these kids are the kids that start to be overfed. Oh shit, we found obesity. And these are the kids that are underfed. Oh shit, we found starvation. You can have both problems simultaneously. For example, your blood bank can be completely full. The blood bank is reporting a record weekend and we brought in 600 pints of blood. And that's going to be amazing. By the way, blood bank is having a critical shortage. Well, what are they having a critical shortage of? A negative blood. Oh, okay. So they got 600 pints of blood, but they only got 1 pint of A negative. So two things are true. The blood bank has more blood than it can store, so it's sending it out to nearby regions. By the way, if you have A negative blood, we need you to get your ass in here and cough up a pint because we need it. Did I see the Road Mike conspiracy? No, you'd have to tell me more details. Hearing Erica saying the Shabbat Shalom story was cringe. Again, like I said, Erica Kirk was not ready to be thrust into the position she was put in because it was supposed to be her husband's thing. And you can't just have a nationwide organization left without a leader, or you create a power vacuum, and you very easily could have the wrong person rise to power. People think there was a bullet inside the microphone Charlie was wearing, and that's what killed him. That's just stupid. That's just stupid. I would say that I would say this. It would be very odd to me that Charlie Kirk was wearing a microphone that day. Because he had a microphone in his hand. Different speakers prefer different microphones. Some speakers prefer the little wireless, the little ear loop one that comes right about here. Some prefer the one at the top of their shirt. Every time I ever saw Charlie Kirk speaking, he held a microphone. He was a mic holder kind of person. He knew how to use a microphone. I don't think he was wearing a microphone the day he was shot because he was holding a microphone. It would be very right, but it would be very odd that you would be mic'd up, right? If you're holding a microphone. Because this is Charlie Kirk just before he gets shot. And I'm not seeing, like, unfortunately, a microphone is usually attached there. I have no idea what they're pointing at there. And I wish people wouldn't do that. I wish if they were going to do that, they would, do an arrow like that. We can follow the arrow to what you're trying to talk about. It would be very odd, though, that you would be holding a microphone and be wearing a microphone, because then you're inviting feedback. The microphone that's on you then has no value because you're holding one. All that to be said. People are on their conspiracy theory and they say, oh, well, the bullet doesn't match. Correct. It happens quite often. When you have a high-powered rifle and it makes contact with bone, they quite often break into a bunch of little pieces and you can't get a positive match. That being said, we don't need to know all the details. What we can limit it to is this: a moderate, religious, conservative mind in the Republican Party died live from non-natural causes while speaking. Regardless of how that happened, the Republican Party lost a leader, and lost the leader of an organization that was keeping Republican scaffolding around the Make America Great Again movement. The world is not a better place because Charlie Kirk is dead. The Republican Party is not a better party because Charlie Kirk is dead. Again, I agreed with about 70% of what he said. I sometimes think that he weaponized religion. But when you weaponize religion, that's not for me to debate you. That's for me to say either, one, this is the whole passage and you're cherry picking. 2, this is the piece that you're deliberately misrepresenting, or that is your interpretation. Mine is different. On Judgment Day, we both can't be right. So one of us is getting into heaven and one of us is going to hell. Make sure when you weaponize religion, you do it in a way that Jesus would be capable of, if you're Christian. If you're Jewish or Muslim, I don't know enough about your religions to speak intelligently on them. What would Jesus do? Jesus would bitch slap some people. Jesus would absolutely bitch slap some people at the moment. Let's see. Oh, I love this guy. I love this one.
Hey, stating someone's opinion about somebody who's ruling a nation isn't misinformation. My opinion and statement is that this current ruler that I am talking about is unfit.
No, that's not. Okay, let me stop you. If you say Donald Trump is unfit, that's not an opinion. I mean, it's an opinionated statement, but you are presenting fact as you are presenting opinion as fact. I believe he is unfit because of these characteristics. That's an opinion. But if he's unfit, but he's been found fit by his doctor, you're not the president's doctor. There is one person on the fucking planet who has the congressional blessing to determine the president's medical fitness for duty, and that is his doctor. Period. Mine, yours, every other doctor on the planet, every other leader, none of our fucking opinions matter. One guy's opinion matters on his mental fitness. Now, his physical fitness. On his mental fitness, the 25th Amendment allows the vice president and the majority of the cabinet to remove the president. You aren't on the cabinet, so therefore you are spreading misinformation by saying he is unfit. I'm gonna play this again so you can hear where the guy misses the point.
Hey, stating someone's opinion about somebody who's ruling a nation isn't misinformation. My opinion and statement is that this current ruler that I am talking about is unfit for multiple reasons. That's not misinformation. That's an opinion.
Nope, that's information. Because you haven't said, my opinion is that he is unfit because of the following reasons. You said he is unfit. You're not the authority.
So, hey, TikTok, review your community guidelines, because guess what? You do not understand what misinformation or opinions are.
No, you don't understand what opinions and misinformation are. You also fail to understand the concept that is TikTok's platform. TikTok is the arbiter of what opinion and misinformation is. If I had Jalan Talk, then it would be my opinion. Yeah, technically he is obese. He is. No, he's not. He's not. Remember, his official medical stats are he's 6'3", 225, and 4% body fat. By the way, I'm 225. And compared to Donald Trump, I'm a fucking slender reed compared to that man. Right. Unfit has a legal definition when used in that context.
And everybody else on this entire platform, learn what subjective means. Because if you don't know what a subjective statement is, or what a subjective topic is, you don't know how to communicate.
Right. Go look in the mirror. Because now you're getting it. You're literally looking at yourself in your own camera reflection. Right?
You should probably go ahead and research into this. I'm just trying to help you, and y'all think I'm just spreading misinformation. Donald Trump is unfit for being president.
No, he's not. He's already had one annual physical. He's not unfit for being president. He's a bad president because of X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, 4, 97, 62, 114. Somebody once challenged me to come up with 100 reasons why PvE servers wouldn't work in Ashes. I could come up with 100 reasons Donald Trump is a bad president easily.
Because he's a pedophile. And there's...
Unfortunately, okay, this is where you're going to get this video struck too. You cannot call Donald Trump a pedophile. You have to throw the word alleged in front of it. Allegedly, he's a pedophile. He has done things which could have, should have, might have led to a pedophile conviction. But unless you have a conviction, you allegedly did something. And we have to keep in mind this this topic that we got to stop condemning people without convictions.
Over 30,000 pages of evidence for that.
No, there's not 30,000 pages of evidence for that, you fucking moron. His name is mentioned in the Epstein files 33,000 times. Now, just because you have correlation does not mean you have causation. Well, I can't believe you would defend Donald Trump. I'm not defending Donald Trump. I'm defending the system. Donald Trump just happens to be the person in the system that we're referring to. I don't want the judicial system in America to get watered down because people are pissed off and angry. I want the judicial system in America to get fixed to the point where innocent people stop going to jail. Innocent people get charged with crimes all the time. Innocent people are forced to take plea bargains all the time. It's a bullshit system. It's an adversarial system. Donald Trump is a convicted felon. Look, as happy as that makes the liberal left Democrats, you should be appalled that people manipulated the law and twisted and turned it inside out in order to get that conviction. It's a bullshit conviction. You took something that should have been a misdemeanor and you turned it into 34 felonies. But where was that same righteousness and zeal when Donald Trump was getting a blowjob from a Jewish government clerk in the Oval Office? I think if your boss is the commander and fucking chief, something about, sexual harassment, inappropriate sexual conduct is probably 100% valid. I never had sexual relations with that woman. Bill Clinton. If I said Trump, I would. Bill, for a $15 dry cleaning bill, you could have made all the evidence disappear. This is where people are not getting it. They're not understanding. Like this woman. This woman right here.
Where is my family? Where are the people in my family, my blood relatives, who claim to be Christian, who claim to be followers of Christ, but they can literally see me suffering this much and do absolutely nothing? 30 seconds of sun exposure will put me in the hospital with my skin literally falling off. I also have 12 other diagnosed conditions on top of my sun allergy because COVID destroyed my immune system. I'm on the brink of losing everything that I have. My home, my animals, my car that is custom designed to fit my disability because I'm too sick to work. And I have family members that literally own multiple homes because they have so much money. And where are they? We lost a family member to COVID. My family is well aware of how bad COVID can be. But where are they? I know some of them keep tabs on me. I know some of them watch my videos. And then I'm sure they go and talk about me behind my back to other members of the family. But not a single one of them have reached out. Why? Where are you? After my last hospitalization, when I called every single person, family and friend that I could think of to come and help me, and no one came, I was told by family to either get over it or leave them alone. Blood relatives. The family that I was born into. I didn't choose you. Your God did. And you claim to be followers of Christ. Well, Christ said to take care of the sick and disabled. But I guess that doesn't apply to blood relatives.
What the fuck is wrong with you, lady? What the fuck? Like, the very fact that you made this TikTok video, okay, lets me know that you don't understand the idea that you're not my responsibility. Now, she's not my family. If she was, I would have taken care of this privately. You can't have an entitlement to my charity. If she's truly disabled, shouldn't she put in work to get SSDI and Medicare? I'm disabled technically, but I don't blame other people for my hardships. Yes, if you cannot work, you can get SSDI and Medicare. She may not, because I have no idea of her age. She may not have enough time to get disability of any meaningful amount. But I can tell by her attitude that she's an entitlement Karen. And what I mean by that is, you aren't entitled to my wealth. I decide if you get my wealth. I was paying for my daughter's apartment. She decided to move. I cut my daughter off completely. Because if my help isn't what you want, and you want to go make it somewhere else, go make it somewhere else. Go make it anywhere you want. I'm not holding you back. I'm not a millstone around your neck. I'm paying for your apartment. I'm paying for your utilities. I'm paying for your groceries. I'm paying for your car insurance. I'm paying for your gas. I'm paying for your phone. You decide you don't like where you live. You want to go live with friends in a shitty part of town that I don't want you to live in. I'm not going to pay for that. Nor should I be expected to. You're over the age of 18. I will pay for this. That doesn't mean I will pay for that. And I think what the hard part for some people to grasp is, I'm not required. I am in no way, shape, or form required to pay your bills. I think there are certain times where a parent is responsible to pay bills if you've made an agreement. Why in a shitty part of town? Because that's where her two friends wanted to live. They wanted to get a 3-bedroom together. Okay, do that then. But you pay for it. Because you're not going to be living with your friends on my dollar, because I don't think, first of all, living with those two people is mentally healthy for you. I know my child. My child wants privacy. My child wants their own space. Yeah. I think where we run into the problem is people are all entitled to everybody else's money. They think they're entitled. Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders want to tax the wealthy. Okay, what are you going to do if the wealthy decide to just pay the fucking exit tax and leave? Mondami wants to tax the 1% even more money. The top 1% of people living in New York City pay 40% of the city's budget. And you want to tax them more? Then fine, fuck it, they'll leave. Now what? Now you just lost 40% of your income base. I'm not against helping people. I want to help people, but I want the community to help people. I want to figure out a way to get all of you to all bring 3 friends to the show. Because there's 33 of you. And if the 33 of you all brought 3 friends to the show, that'd be 99 people. So we'll make it 100. And if they all brought 3 friends to the show, that would be another 300 people. Then we'd be at 500 people, and that would scale accordingly to income. And then I would be able to say, okay, we have this much income. What can we do? What can we fix? But right now, right, I'm completely amazed. Women are mad that OnlyFans exists, but men give $250 million annually to OnlyFans. So why are women mad? I'm going to help people help themselves. The problem is a lot of people want the help, but not put the work in for themselves. This right here is the problem. The other problem is people are stuck in rotating poverty. This year, you get food stamps and housing assistance, so you start to climb out of the hole. But then next year, your income plus benefits was too high, so next year you get nothing. So what you have is you're trapped in this hole, and in the first year, the government gives you assistance, which helps you get to this ledge. And then you get on the ledge, and then next year there's no assistance. So maybe you're lucky enough to not slip so that the following year there's assistance again and you can get up to this ledge. But when you make this a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-year process to get out of poverty, with every other year you're going to get less money, what really ends up happening is the first year you get up to the ledge, but the second year your poverty drives you back to the bottom. So you get up to the ledge and you go back to the bottom. You get up to the ledge and you go back to the bottom. We need to fix that. We need to fix it so that people, if you are working hard in America, you should not have food insecurity. If you are working hard in America, you should not you should not be at risk of falling backwards. For example, have a friend has a good job, $23 an hour. And when you say to somebody they make $23 an hour, people's initial response is, well, I don't want to hear about that person getting any assistance because they're making $41,800 or $47,800 a year. But here's the problem. They get $23 an hour. In some weeks, they only get 23 hours. So that means if that person kept that as the average, they'd only make $27,500 a year. So what do we do in that situation? How do we factor that there are some people that have good jobs, but due to the shitty economy, they get variable hours? This person has a $20,000 a year swing. This is a auto plant. So as I've said, this is about triple what you need to live down here. And so somebody says, well, if 47 a year is triple what you need down here, it should be easy to get out of debt. It's not easy to get out of debt when your credit cards are maxed because you didn't have food, and you have a personal loan out because you had weeks that you weren't making enough to cover rent. The person I'm talking about made literally one bad decision in life. They made a bad call. They made a bad call. And that bad call put them almost $10,000 into debt. A lot of financial advice is for people who haven't made a mistake yet. But when they make their first mistake, then they have no ability to get to overcome it. They say, well, shit. Like, you only need, if you make 25 grand a year down here where I live, you're living large. At 25 grand a year down here, you're living large. Even if you're renting. If you're renting, I shouldn't say even if you're renting. If you're renting, if you're trying to buy a house, then you're like everybody else. My house, all the houses in my town have all been flipped. We used to have $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 houses. They've all been gutted and flipped, and they're all like $250,000, which is great because it raises the property tax value and makes the schools better. But then people are paying $8,000. I think I would pay $6,000 in property tax. But that woman is like, "Where's my family?" Based on the way you're talking, they're probably sick of you. You're probably tired of you. You're probably tired of hearing it. Well, yeah, the point is 47. We got to stop saying 47.8 isn't a lot of money or it is a lot of money, because yes, my natural assumption is that people know their number. My natural assumption is that people are smart enough to know this is how much a year I need to live. If you're not making six figures, you shouldn't be trying to live in a metropolis. You should be living in the suburbs. Well, I don't want to drive. Take the train. I don't like public transit. Then make $100,000 a year. Because being worthless, being useless, is a trait reserved for the rich. My family will never know about my problems. My family never knows about my problems. Oh. My family never knows about my problems because it's not my family's job to deal with my problems. It's my job is to deal with my problems. My job is to deal with my problems. My extended family, I'm the successful brother. So when I'm in a bad emotional state or a bad mental state, I can reach out to my sister. But I'm never going to reach out to my sister with a money problem. Because let's be fair. Let's hold me to a standard that we all should hold ourselves to. The only way I fuck up my life right now is gambling, drugs, alcohol, or greed. Prostitution. I have to fall victim to one of my vices for my life to get fucked up. That's it. If I don't fall to a vice, my life can't get fucked up. Hold on one second. I have to Oh, very cool. Okay, so I want to, even though this is fairly personal, down here in Southern Illinois, we have a problem, and that problem is we don't have enough mental health providers. Hold on, give me 1 second. Sorry. So I am required. I will see a psychiatrist for the rest of my life. It's a non-starter. It's a no-brainer. I don't have a choice. I will see a psychiatrist for the rest of my life. My psychiatrist is retiring. That sucks because we don't have enough down here. And as I've tried to explain to the other time I needed it, he was going to retire once in the past. There's a place in St. Louis, and I was like, hey, after the first appointment, I can't do this driving in for my mental health treatment. They said, well, we have to see you in office. I said, you're never going to get a good evaluation of me when I come in office because I have to drive for 45 minutes, and I'm out in public for 45 minutes, and you have no idea how agitating that is. So when you see me, you're not able to help. Every appointment I'm going to have with you isn't about getting to the root core of my problem. It's going to be dealing with the anxiety I just suffered getting here. And their literal response is, well, then we can't see you. How the fuck do agoraphobics get mental health treatment then? Like, they're afraid to go out. So I'm really happy to announce that he has recognized him dropping retirement in 4 months was going to be detrimental to his patients because there's just not enough doctors to offload to. So he's bringing in a psychiatrist to take over his practice, which is the right thing to do. Yeah, providers hate admitting that driving around town is problematic for PTSD sufferers. But it is. That's why I said, why do I live in a small town? Because we have a market here, and that's all I need to go to. Amazon delivers everything I need that I would get at Walmart or Target. I go to 3 restaurants, they all know me. The 3 restaurants, I don't even go to the one anymore. I go to 3 restaurants, they all know me. They sit me in a quiet corner, leave me alone. Didn't they spend 2+ years doing remote counseling during COVID? No, they didn't actually. We do not have Waymo. No, they didn't spend 2+ years doing remote counseling. Psychiatrists have to see you in office. So you can do counseling via VTC or video chat or phone chat, but the psychiatrist, you need to go in. They need to you need to go in, you have to have your weight taken, and you have to have your blood pressure taken. Now, the reason why I'm allowed to get around that is I am at my other doctor often enough that they get updates. Like I go in for a primary care provider appointment, and they do my weight, they do my blood pressure, they shoot that over to the other doctor. So he has it on the interval. But if your psychiatrist and your PCM don't have that link up, Medicare requires them to see you in office because they need your vitals. I have PTSD. When I go out, I have serious hypervigilance and disassociate. Driving is problematic. It's super stressful. That's why I enjoy public transit. I just sit in a quiet area, look out the window, so it's less stressful. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I wish we had a society where everybody would just leave everybody else the fuck alone. Waffle House, yeah, when I lived in Ohio before my PTSD got unmanageable, the Waffle House knew me. All I had to do was, I didn't even need to call and give them my order. I just had to call so they knew if I was coming in that morning or not. Waffle House, it's Jay. See you in 3 minutes. You paid $27,700 in taxes. Your family thinking that because my salary is above 6 figures, I should be more charitable. But the truth be told, if they worked as hard as I did, they could be successful. That right there is the problem. My family doesn't know how much I'm worth. My family doesn't know how much I make. It's none of their fucking business. The reason why it's none of their fucking business, if you have a problem, let me know. If you got a problem, I'll solve it. If you got a problem, let me know what the problem is. But there are, like, one person reached out to me. They're like, I want to be able to buy Easter baskets for my kids. No, I help with medicine, groceries, utilities, and rent. Would you say that info is only privy to a spouse? That's a great question. The answer is, kind of, sort of, not exactly. If you've, and you've been here while I've done this, but I'll do it again. So you should have 4 bank accounts. And sorry, I'll put this up in typing because my writing is terrible. So what you should have is 4 bank accounts. You have your paycheck goes into your bank account, her paycheck goes in her bank account, and if you're lesbian, then there's 2 hers. If you're gay, there's 2 his. I'm just going with my standard. Okay. So here's the trick. Bills are 50-50. Bills are 50-50. No, they're not. Bills are rated by Who makes what? You make $1,200 a week. She makes $800 a week. Your bills aren't 50-50 then. The bills are 60-40. Because now you have equality. Because you make 60% of the money, you pay 60% of the bills. So then that money gets put into the bill account, and the only thing that comes out of the joint account is joint bills. Mortgage, rent, utilities, da-da-da. Now, both of you also contribute into the savings account. And you'll notice the savings account is listed as an escrow account, which means both people have to sign to take money out of it. Because that way nobody's treating escrow like an extension. So what this means is, after bills are paid, you have $300 in your account, you have $300 in your account, and this is called equality. Because if the man is making $1,200 and he's paying $600 of bills, he has $600 left. And if the woman is making $800 and she's paying $600 of bills, she only has $200 left. Right? And that's not fair. That's not equitable. Now, what I will say is this, and women don't like it, because I used to teach this to women and men, marriage class, DV victims class. You can't want your man to take you out on dates and pay out of his share if you're spending all your money on your hair, your nails, and your purse. So you each had $300 after bills and savings. You went and spent $290 on hair and nails. You have $10 left. He spends $50 on a new PlayStation game. He has $250 left. You can't then turn around and say it's not fair. You have $250. You won't take me out on dates. He says, I won't take you out on dates because you're broke as fuck and you don't have money. If you want him to treat you out to dates, then you need to slide him the money over there, because that's a joint expense. You're both going to dinner. You're both enjoying the dinner. Now, what women don't like is the programming of society. Some women will turn around and say, well, it's not my job to help pay for dates. That's his job, or he's a busta. But we already compensated that because he paid prorate on the bills. He's already carrying you. Or you're carrying him. It could go the other direction. That's why we pay prorate. So my money is my money, your money is your money. If you want to spend $290 of your play money on your hair and your nails, don't get mad when I say there's something I want to buy, so there's no money for Applebee's this week, right? It's Chick-fil-A, not Applebee's. Well, I can't believe you're not taking me out. Well, I can't believe you don't understand that I need to save for several weeks to buy a new computer monitor. Well, this is just ridiculous. Well, you're the one that chose to spend $290 on hair and nails. My wife knows what money we have. She doesn't want to know. My wife can come to me anytime and say, hey, kick me out a spreadsheet. I just go into the checkbook. I say, give me 2 minutes. Let me update it to the most up-to-date numbers. Throw in all the numbers, print it out. Here's what we have. Here's what we have in assets. Here's what we have in liquidity. Here's what we have in equity. Here's what we have in stocks, bonds, college funds, da-da-da. Here's set-asides. My wife can see it all. My wife doesn't care. She cares about one bank account number. The only bank account number she cares about, she cares about what's in her Penn Money account. Yeah, you do it all together in a shared pool from which an allowance is sent to each of us. I don't like that way, because it's just not my preference. There's nothing wrong with that way. I just don't like that way. Yeah, you could put all your money into the escrow account and then pay out to the bills account in each person. You could do it that way. I just don't like that way. That's just personal preference.
Where is my family?
Your family doesn't like you. I see these women. Oh, here we go. Karthos is here. I see these women talking about how women have to invest in the date, buy makeup, get hair done, buying clothes, staying in shape so the man has to pay. But the man had to build his entire life spending money on school or getting an unpaid internship, working to build stability to support himself and or partner, plus buying clothes, hair, etc. When a relationship is built on who is more invested, it's going to fail every time because you're already keeping score. Yes, that's the fucking problem. You're already keeping score. Where... Abso-fucking-lutely. If you're keeping score, you already have a bad fucked up relationship. If money is tight this week, we're both going to be miserable because money is tight. But I'm not going to be eating a steak and you eating a cheese sandwich. The other one that you said, I've heard so many stories of squirrel accounts where a spouse keeps money in a secret account to jump if needed. My personal opinion is if you are thinking you should ever need that account, you should not be in that relationship. Yes. Yes. It's just like I say to people. And this is what's hard for people when I motivationally speak. I know a lot of people who have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D. And you know why they fail in life? Because they put 70% of their energy here and 10% here and 10% here and 10% here. And this plan might have worked at 82% effort. But you already doomed it to failure by taking 3 cuts away from it. I have plan A and 100% of my efforts go into plan A. And then I plan on contingencies. If this happens, this is how I will respond. If that happens, this is how I will respond. Going into the summer season at the bar. And none of the distributors have come to me yet and offered me fucking like 26 cents long necks or free long necks. If you're a bar owner, you know Coors is usually the company that does it, but Budweiser will do it occasionally. Heineken has been known to do it if they're trying to break into a market. They come in and they either give you free long necks, but you can only charge $1 for them, or they sell you the long necks at like 20 to 26 cents each, and they advise you only charge $1 for them. Well, my plan for the next year is whichever distributor comes and gives me the cheapest long necks, that's who I'm going to promote the shit out of. But if nobody gives me that, I'm going to scope out my local competition and see what they're doing. I'm not going to do it directly. I'm going to send people in to see what they have as dollar long necks. If nobody has dollar long necks, maybe I'll eat a little loss and do it. Right? Or maybe I just won't do that this year. But I don't have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. I have variations of plan A. Your girlfriend and you both have separate finances. You own homes. We pay for our own respective mortgages, but I pay all the utilities at the property where I live, and she buys the food. We just agree that something is her responsibility or yours, and it becomes a hardship. We talk about it. It's worked for the better part of a decade. Right. Marriage isn't for everybody. Marriage isn't for everyone.
Coca-Cola says nobody's buying Coke. And if they're not buying Coke, they're not buying the rest of their product line. How much of this is because they got soda removed from EBT? I don't know, but he says people have turned away and they're not sure what direction to go in or what to do because their main brand, Coke, keeps going down. They keep doing sales and people are not buying. they've also raised the price of soda astronomically the last couple of years. And it makes sense. People want to be healthier. People don't want to splurge. Maybe it's people don't have the ability with EBT, but soda's taken a beating and doesn't look in their eyes and their explanation like they know how to dig out of this hole. Coca-Cola says nobody's buying Coke. And if they're not buying Coke, they're not buying the rest of their product line. How much of this is because they got soda removed from EBT? I don't know, but he says people have turned away.
So you wonder why people have turned away from McDonald's and Coke and other industries. Because the shit's overpriced. But what kills me is people who don't understand. Yeah, it could be an issue of a 12-pack of Coke costing $12 at the store. I'm not paying $1 a can. I'm not paying $12 a can of Coke. I don't like Coke anyway. I like, it looks like Coca-Cola revenue went from 38 to 47, but that's because they've been raising the price. Some companies looked at the Disney model. About 10 years ago, in and around 2014-ish, Disney said our 10-year plan is to double the price, right? Half the ticket sales and make the same amount of money. This was Disney's plan. The problem is, Disney has just about finished doubling the price, and they're still at about 70% ticket sales. Other companies are like, well, fuck, if Disney can double their prices, why can't we? Companies are assuming customers are going to be loyal. McDonald's raised the price of a quarter pound. And again, I'm not talking about, and I hope everybody knows on the show, when I talk about things, I'm not talking about the singletons. I'm not talking about the second and third standard deviation violators, where yes, I understand that just the Big Mac in some airports is $9. In Chicago, New York, LA, San Francisco, a couple of Atlanta, inside the city metroplex, a Big Mac is $9 on its own. I'm not talking about there. I'm talking about the average, the national average. When you get the national average of a meal at McDonald's is $15. But people in that area aren't making $15 an hour. They aren't going to want to spend more than an hour's pay on McDonald's, when for the same amount of money they can go into an Outback or a Longhorn or a Texas Roadhouse and get a steak and a baked potato and unlimited refills for the same amount of money. Yeah, the problem is, we talk about all these people are about poor people deserve some niceties. Let me stop you right there. Poor people deserve food. Healthy, nutritious food. That's what people in poverty deserve. It's what people in poverty are entitled to. If you want Mountain Dew and Ho-Hos and Ding Dongs and Coke and cupcakes and candy bars, those are luxury items. Those are luxury items. Luxury items should be paid for by the sweat of your brow and the work of your back. Jimmy Fallon the other day talked about college is a luxury item. It loses its value if everybody's going. But 30 years ago, we no longer had high schools, we had college prep schools. And what happened? People fell into the Fight Club mindset. I graduated high school. I called my father. I said, what do I do now? He said, go to college. So I went to college and I got a degree, and then I called my father. I said, what do I do now? He says, get a job. So I went out and I got a job, and I got a job. I said, what do I do now? He said, get married. Got married, called my father. I said, what do I do now? He says, have kids. So I had the kid. I called my father. I said, what do I do now? And he says, how the hell should I know? You finally caught up to me. Disney went from 55.6 in 2016 to 94. Yeah, but what you're doing is you're looking at their global, you're looking at Disney Corp overall. You need to drill down into the parks themselves. Also, you can't use the year 2020. You can't use the year 2020 for their visitors. You have to remove 2020 from Disney statistics because COVID limited air travel, international travel. Disneyland was not allowed to open for months. Disney World was closed for several months. And when you're like Orlando Airport, and I believe April of 2020 did 1% of its normal global traffic. Gotta remember, people forget the year 2020, we weren't allowed to go to amusement parks. They were fucking closed. But by the way, when Disney reopened, I was one of the opening families. I will fucking tell you how amazing Disney was with 6-foot standoffs. Chef's kiss. I loved that. Nobody allowed to be within 6 feet of you. That was fucking amazing. I loved that shit. Right, but putting 2020 on purpose is disingenuous statistics. That's why I called it out. Because you have to throw out 2020 for Disney and Universal Studios and Six Flags Great America and most tourist locations. Because they didn't, and restaurants and bars. They didn't choose to be closed. They were told they had to be closed. Uh, 2021 was also affected. Yes, it was. Absolutely. Because a lot of people, lost money, or they burned vacation time, or they lost jobs. And Disney staff were hardcore about distancing and mask use. It was wonderful. No wait time for ride. Food was easy to get. And if you were in line, you didn't have a 300-pound mom from Iowa breathing her stank on you. Yeah. And that is true. It was really nice. The only thing I didn't like about the Disney trip in 2020 was the family photos all had the masks in them, which was funny, but it messed up the family photos, but we can live with it. Tariffs are hard fucking these companies. You have to look at the profits through that lens. Coke may have posted increased profits, but it's costing them $12 billion more. Yeah, they posted increased revenues, but they made less profit. Absolutely. It would be interesting to see a consensus of when people remove the COVID impact from the numbers. It would be, because it affected the world globally, and tourism is a global industry. I think it's fine if you're charting the numbers from 2014 to present, and then when you get to 20 and 21, I think the smartest thing you can do with the numbers is do all your math, do all your numbers, all your averages. When you get to 2020 and 2021, do a column, do 3 columns. I mean, it's math. Now, I think what you can do is, I think if you were going to do a data set, I think it would be completely fair to do, like, I'm just going to go to 19. And then So I think it would be fine if you did your data set and it looked something like this, right? So you would have your years and you would have your data set. And then 2019, 2020, 2021, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you chart it and you put, well, 2020 is COVID, 2021 is COVID. Because the trick to it is when you put data into Excel, it literally costs you no time at all to run one set of numbers. So I have an overall set of numbers. That's my average. And then I can do average without COVID, average without tariffs, average without outliers. So I could have one set of data that only talks about these years, because then when you put all the numbers aligned against each other, I have my total average, average without COVID, average without tariffs, average without any outliers. What does this tell me? The thing about data is that you can manipulate data any way you want, but if you show every computation, it eliminates all the skeptics who say, well, that number is only that way because of how you figured the data. And you say, okay, cool. But what I've done is I've done this and I've done that. And I've done the other. Really? Is this... I forgot the War Powers Act wasn't signed into law by Nixon. Nixon argued against the War Powers Act, but Congress overrode his veto, which they're entitled to do. Also, people are like, China is communist. Can everybody please bitch slap anybody who says China is communist? China isn't communist, but they're run by the Chinese Communist Party. Well, the USSR was the United Soviet Socialist Republics, but they weren't socialist and they weren't republics. You can name something that doesn't mean you're following the appropriate playbook. It's the People's Republic of China. They are neither a republic nor communist. The Chinese Communist Party is a one-party state solution. China's economy, socialism with fried rice, without the joke, China's economy is socialism with Chinese perspectives. Yeah, North Korea claims they're a republic. We've got to get past, like, we have got to get people understanding that communism cannot exist. When you say you want communism or you want socialism, what you want is socialist programs. Everybody's a communist in their own personal family. In their own immediate nuclear family, you're a communist. In your neighborhood, you're a socialist. They don't scale. Like, I hate the fact I got to quote a comedian on this, but he nails it. They don't scale. Communism, great practice. When I had a baby, I don't expect the baby to do any work, but the baby expects to be fed. It's communism. Socialism, in my neighborhood, I can fix electrical. My neighbor can dig ditches. My neighbor needs me to do some electrical. I need a I need a ditch dug. I'll come over and do your electrical. Socialism. You dig my ditch. Socialism. Also known as bartering. A form of commerce. We went sideways when we started to think bartering was a bad system.
Coca-Cola says no.
Oh yeah. Common Core math. Y'all know that I'm against this bullshit.
We got everything I would do, you were standing there by my side.
Gonna cancel the music. Look at how complicated the Common Core math is doing this. Look at how many, because remember, they're doing it right. They're actually doing this wrong because they're doing multiple steps in one line. But look at how fucking convoluted it is to do Common Core math. And here they're doing it right. You can only do one step per line. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps. 8 steps to do Common Core math. One, 2, 3 steps to do old school math. I did that in my head in the time it took them to do one line. Yep. That video was a minute long, and it took the lion's share of the time to do the Common Core side. Why do we keep how exactly is the left one easier? The left one's not easier. The left one is the Common Core math was designed to not force kids to have to know how to do the 4 essential parts of math. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of complex numbers in their head. That's why you notice that we didn't do 25 plus 15 is 40 plus 15 is 55 plus 9 is 64 all in one line. We have to break it down each time. I'm not saying that this is bad, per se. And this is good. But this should be the standard, and this should be the struggling. This should be what we teach the standard kids. And this should be an alternative method for weak math performers. Breaking it down is fine, but there are a lot of unnecessary steps. Well, right. Because what you did is you switched it to the FOIL method. And you didn't need to.
Everything I would do, you was
there was no need to. We'll do Elon Musk here. Elon, this is I don't dislike anybody 100% of the time. I dislike a lot of people most of the time. But I like what he says here.
Because it's very common, it's possibly the most common error of a smart engineer is to optimize a thing that should not exist.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And you say, well, why would people do that? Well, everyone's been trained in high school and college that you got to answer the question, convergent logic.
Yep.
So you can't tell the professor your question is dumb, you'll get a bad grade. You have to answer the question.
Yep.
So everyone's basically, without knowing it, they got like mental straitjacket on. That is, they'll work on optimizing the thing that should simply not exist.
Give me 1 second. right, sorry about that. But yeah, the problem that we have is in my life as a CPI guy, I see a lot of things that are optimized that shouldn't be even in existence. You have people, like I said, the best example I can give for it is, I arrived at a base. When I arrived at the base, my squadron had buildings everywhere. So when I first arrived at the base, this list had 26 locations that my orders had to go to. Well, I wasn't okay with that because my orders have all of my personal information on them. And the way you in-process into a base is you normally take a Holy Joe. If you're in the military, you know what a Holy Joe is. It's just an envelope with holes in it. You put your orders in it, you put your routing sheet in it, and the routing sheet on the Holy Joe, and it makes its way around. The first thing that I said when I got there was, this doesn't work for me. My orders don't need to go to 26 different offices. I said, I'm just going to walk the process. So this is the building that I'm the commander of. First thing over here I go, and my orders are supposed to go there first. And I'm like, okay. So I walked in, I said, hi, I'm Lieutenant Jalan. I'm new here. I'm trying to in-process. And they're like, just leave your Holy Joe there, we'll take care of it. I said, hold on. I need to know why my orders are coming to this office anyway. And they're like, well, yeah, just leave your orders. And I said, Sergeant, you're not hearing me. Why do my orders come here at all? And the sergeant kind of like got an attitude and got up and said, sir, what you may not understand is, and started to go this whole thing. I said, Sergeant, what you may not understand is that I'm a former tech sergeant, and regardless, I'm asking a question, so I should be told. Well, this is the office that we figure out what your civilian driver's license is. Cool. I personally believe that's important. Here's a copy of my orders. Sign here. Well, we'll route it for you. No, you won't. I'll route it for myself. I went over to this building, and I started at this far ass end of the building, and I walked in and I said, what do you need my orders for? We don't. Then why are you on the routing sheet? We don't know how to get off of it. So when we see those come in, we just sign off and take them down to the next office. The next office was a series of 2 offices in a row. My orders go to this office, which, again, nothing to do with me, because this used to be the old first sergeant's office. Guess what? Officer orders don't go to the first sergeant. This was now the first sergeant's office. Officer orders still don't go to the first sergeant. Come all the way down here. Check in over here. This used to be a different office, which then used to be a different office, which now used to be that guy's office. So right off the bat, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 26 locations. The orders don't have to go. So I just walked around the building. I went through the whole process, went back to my office, typed up a new routing sheet, brought it to my new boss, and I said, my boss is like, hey, I've heard that you've been around and you've been walking around familiarizing yourself. I said, yes, sir, and I've already solved the first problem. He's like, what's this? I said, we have orders going to 15 different rooms when they only need to go to 11 at most. I said, here's the new routing sheet. It should no longer take people's orders 3 days to make it around the squadron. Because remember, it doesn't sound like much, but your order packet comes into my office, but I'm not there. So it sits on my desk. And if I'm gone the rest of the day, this Holy Joe never moves. So like Elon is saying, we're optimizing something that shouldn't exist. Yeah, the orders have to route. But everyone's response is, I don't know how to get off this routing. I don't need to know that. I don't need to see this. Da-da-da-da-da. That's what I'm talking about. People often fix what's easy to see, talk about, and act on instead of what actually causes the issue. Right. The other problem is we want to fix the things as soon as we find them. So we're going through a process, and right here, we find a problem, and we spend $100 million fixing this problem, only to find out that when we go one more station over, we have a different problem. That this $100 million either A, didn't solve, or B, caused. That's why when I teach somebody how to do CPI work, watch my... You do your Gemba walk from start to finish. You don't make any determinations about anything until you have gone from start to finish. You see it all. Some things are going to be RIEs, rapid improvement events. Some are going to be JDIs, just do it's. I see a guy working on the line without safety goggles on, without gloves on, without steel-toed boots on. I don't need to do a process map for that. I don't need to do an 8-step problem solving. That's a JDI. Hey, numbnuts, put your goggles on. Hey, numbnuts, you're wearing fucking sandals. How about some steel-toed boots? Then we get over here, and as we look at everything, we say, oh, where are all of our problems? Well, we have problems here, 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 and here. Plus, we're late all the time. Okay? Well, what's causing this problem? What's causing this problem? This problem is caused by this. If we fix this, that'll go away naturally. Cool. But instead, we've got people like, and what's funny is to watch Elon talk about, we're going to try to optimize something that shouldn't exist, which is a great theory. But it's clearly only the, it's clearly the mentality that you went into Doge with, and you thought that everything that shouldn't exist should be eliminated. Unfortunately, you didn't understand why some things exist. The big one was Elon Musk said, we're renting, we have $12 million worth of buildings that nobody's occupying. You're right. But why do we have them? Because there are 3 different federal agencies, tertiary site, in case something happens. Those buildings are pre-configured with routers and ports and security and layout and desks and furniture, so that if an agency's primary work center is disrupted and the secondary isn't available, they have somewhere to go. That's why. That's why we do it that way. We don't need to we don't need to understand everything. We just need to point it out. What's my opinion on all the data centers? They're straining electric grids and water supply and are very loud, making people's quality of life worse. Okay, so first of all, let's calm that shit down just a second, okay? I will more than happy talk about the perils of data centers, but if the best argument, and this is why you got to be careful how you frame an argument. If the very best that you can frame an argument is that data centers are making people's quality of life worse, that argument is going to get laughed right off of the stage. Because 99.9% of places already have decibel levels. So if your building is exceeding a decibel level in relation to a residential area, then you just file a complaint with OSHA, and OSHA comes along and says, your organization is violating 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. noise abatement, you're gonna have to shut it down. The other two parts are the important part. We are building these data centers so that people can make dancing panda bear AI clips. Today's question that I did was about was about AI. And I think that the discussion about AI is very important. We have to have it. AI is a tool on social media. Is it helping people or manipulating them? And unfortunately, too many people are making garbage pump and dump AI pieces, and they're wrong. For example, people will do a 10 to 12 word talking point about communism, and they'll use AI to generate the whole thing up. The audio, the voiceover, the image in the back, they make the whole thing. But the substance is bullshit. But they grow a following. Yes, data centers are using disproportionate amounts of water and electricity. They're driving up the cost of graphics cards in RAM so that people can make dancing panda bears. Let me see if I can pull up real quick what people are making. So if you go to Grok, if you just go to Grok and you click the library, this is all the shit that people have been generating. Do we really need to have... Well, yeah, data centers aren't raising the cost of RAM, AI is, but we're building new data centers because of AI. I don't think that this is a great use of water and power. It's great that we have technology that can now do this. Right? It's great. But not at the expense of raising everybody's electric rates and raising everybody's utility costs. How long do you think it'll take for us to need a Butlerian jihad? As AI, I think, is making students dumber, so it's easier to cheat. The problem here is, at the end of the day, college doesn't make you smarter. College doesn't make you more intelligent. College makes you more educated, but it runs the risk of making you more indoctrinated. I had a professor, his name was Dr. Peter Kirstein. You can... let me actually take this off in fairness to him. You can Google the name Dr. Peter Kirstein, and you will get such wonderful websites. St. Xavier University punishment for professor for anti-military comments. Peter N. Kirstein, a tenured professor at SXU, was suspended after he responded to an email from a student at the Air Force Academy on the eve of the Iraq War. Peter Kirstein, a pacifist, expressed his disapproval of the military and foreign policy in his response to the student. Fire drafted a letter to the university president, Richard Yanukovsky, about the case, while several other organizations also came out on behalf of Professor Kirstein, including the National Association of Scholars and the American Association of University Professors. He was suspended because he... Dear sir or ma'am, the Air Force Academy is going to be having our annual assembly, and then he said, You are a disgrace to this country, and I'm furious you would even think I would support you and your aggressive baby-killing tactics of collateral damage. Help you recruit who top guns to rain death and destruction upon non-white peoples throughout the world. Are you serious? Resign your commission and serve your country with honor. No war, no Air Force cowards who bomb countries without AAA, without possibility of retaliation. You are worse than snipers. You are imperialistics who are turning the whole damn world against us. September 11th can be blamed in part for what you and your cohorts have done to Palestinians, the VC, the Serbs, a retreating army at Basra. You are unworthy of my support. The Air Force Director Academy Assembly, Instructor of Political Science said, hey, knock this shit off. And then this was a directed apology. And then Dr. Yanikoski followed up with what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do. But again, the problem is Professor Kirstein is free to hold views critical of the military if he wishes to do so, but he is not free to issue degrading statements as a professor in or outside of the classroom. In other respects, he enjoys the same freedom of speech extended to all citizens. The problem here is I was a student at the time. I was still a student at St. Xavier at the time, and I hated Dr. Kirstein because he was not an educator. He was an indoctrinator. If you felt that war had any practical application, you could almost guarantee that you were going to fail. I absolutely hated sitting through class with him, and I never took him again. He is a walking, talking example of why college is often viewed as a waste of fucking time, money, effort, resources. I know a lot of people that I went to a very, very small university. We had 6 professors in history, 6 professors in poli-sci, and 3 professors in criminology. I took 2 classes with Kirstein, and when he was the only professor teaching something the following semester, I just didn't take the class because I knew that I would fall half a step out of sequence, but that was okay. I would make it up in the summer. And I did. You're entitled to whatever opinion you want. But I learned from everybody around me, what I steal from Karthos is that if you have an opinion, if I present you with these facts and you develop this opinion, and then I supply you with new facts, your opinion either needs to evolve, stay the same, or change the other direction, but you have to explain to me the why. I give you a set of facts, you derive an opinion from them, I give you new facts. If your opinion doesn't change, why did your opinion not change? Unfortunately, when your opinion doesn't change, it's because you fall into those people that has already made an opinion and you're incapable of intellectual growth, because in order for you to change, it admits that you were wrong. And there's nothing wrong with admitting you were wrong. When I had these facts, I had this opinion. Now new facts have come out. I have this opinion. Stephen Sharif lied to the population. I had this opinion of him, but let's wait till more data comes out. As more data comes out, he continues to look like an even bigger shitbird. Well, it doesn't mean the facts were wrong. It can sometimes. It absolutely can. It could also mean that there's just more facts. Police beat the shit out of a black man today. Oh, well, that's not a big tragedy. That's Monday in America, right? Turn the page. Let's dig in. Oh, here's what the mainstream media didn't tell you. He was fleeing from his home after burning his wife with an iron, and he was hopped up on PCP, and the police had already discharged 3 taser cartridges into him. Hey, mainstream media, why don't we not have the headline be 3 white cops beat black man, and we make it 3 police officers forced to use deadly physical force on PCP addict. Wife burning PCP addict. You notice how if we just control the headline a little bit, I can control your rage or your appreciation. 3 white cops beat black man. Holy fuck, let's get out the poster boards. 3 white cops beat black wife burning PCP addict. Ooh. Maybe we should put those signs away. Yeah, they're engagement farming. And that's our fucking problem. They're engagement farming. We did not evolve the rules of good journalism to correspond with a change in media. When the newspaper was only printed once a day, you had until the print deadline to figure it out. And if you're not familiar with PageMaker or Quark Express, so this is PageMaker, it's on your screen, and you have this bottom half of the paper, and what you have is you've already pre-formatted this to drop in there because you're waiting to see if the author can get this story in. This is your filler, and it's already pre-formatted, and you're waiting for the hot story to come. That's why I taught you a long time ago, when you're writing for a newspaper, you learn to write in the inverted pyramid. The reason why you learn to write in the inverted pyramid is this. I was primarily in journalism, a photographer, an advertising manager, and a desktop designer. I did journalism, but it depended on how many journalism students there were at the college newspaper. If there were a lot of journalism students, I didn't get any column inches because I'm not entitled to them. You always have the little bottom blurb line, like for more information, call. And that's its own paragraph. You write your article in the inverted pyramid. Everything at the beginning should be the most important. And as I go down, this piece right here, without even reading the story, I should be able to highlight, cut this, so that the for more information, call, whatever, moves immediately up, and now I can drop it in. Many, many, many times in my life, it's been 10:40, and we gotta digitally send off the paper by 11, no later than 11, or it won't get printed. And my boss is there. He's like, "Hey, you're really sweating it to the last minute." I said, "I already have a story in place. I'm waiting for your go." And he'd be like, "I'm reading." He's like, "Go." It's like, "Okay, click. Here it is. Mock it up. Go. Good to go." But we don't have that anymore. Because now all we have to do is push it out on a website. Let me see if I can get it real quick. So for my own website, that's what I have. I built this. I'm very proud of this. Built it for myself, right? Every field that needs to be filled out, I fill this out, put the story in there. This is like a little mini, like Microsoft Word for bold, italics, underlines, some headings, just the shit that I need. And then literally generate JSON, download JSON, copy to clipboard. 1, 2, 3. I drop it into the website. I hit upload. I can put a story on my website in the amount of time it takes to cut and paste. Lots of websites can do that. So it doesn't give you an incentive to be accurate. It gives you an incentive to be first. We shouldn't be giving incentives to be first. With that said, let me grab the next video, take a quick break. I'm going to stay a little bit late today because I got to be late on Friday getting here. I found a new back therapist. This one maybe. Yeah.
A few weeks ago, some Oklahoma middle schoolers were acting up on the bus, so the driver pulled over and said he wasn't going to go anywhere until they quieted down. So the kids immediately obeyed because he was the adult. I'm joking, of course. They went even more batshit, and when school officials reviewed video of the incident, all those kids were punished. I'm joking again. Of course, the kids were given counseling, and the driver was fired, arrested, and charged with child abuse. And that is the root of our problem. Moms and dads used to have the backs of teachers and authority figures, but now their precious progeny can never do anything wrong, so it's made education impossible. And I know you're saying, Bill, what do you know about it? You never had kids. I know. Jealous. But I know this. A teacher today looks out every morning and sees 25 phones distracting 25 kids, undeterred by any authority to pay attention or even be civil. And each kid represented by the high-powered legal defense team of mom and dad.
That right there has been a problem for as many years as I've been in education. You have you have a kid that's misbehaving in school. So you have a child, he misbehaves, you send a letter home. The kid comes back, the kid continues to misbehave, so you call for a conference. The kid continues to misbehave. So you go to the administration and you say, look, this kid is one kid out of 32 students. He takes up 20, 30, 40, 50, 60% of my time. The kid can barely fucking read. And the moment you try to go to the academics, here's what happens. Here's me as the 7th grade teacher, and I'm saying that this kid can barely read. So now I'm automatically making an aspersion against the 6th grade reading teacher, because how did this kid get to 7th grade? The kid got to 7th grade because we can't retain children anymore. We're not allowed to. If the parents don't consent to their kid being retained, the kid's not retained. No child left behind is a cancer. No child left behind immediately becomes no child gets ahead. The problem you have is everybody and their fucking brother wants to say what's good for education, but nobody wants to listen to the people that have degrees in education. Linda McMahon is a great person. She does not have a degree in education. Yeah, no child left behind, but let's not feed them. Exactly. No child left behind. Well, why are the kids performing worse? Well, because children aren't put to bed. Like Gen Xers. This is the Gen X bat signal. How many of you were 16 and still had like a 10 o'clock bedtime if you were in the house and you weren't at work and you weren't at a school event? How many Gen Xers were told it's 10 o'clock, you don't have any reason to be up? At age 16, if you wanted to be up, you could sit with your parents and watch the evening news. But there was none of this bullshit that I see now. It's 10 o'clock. Mom and dad go up after watching TV or whatever, and they're like, don't stay up too late. Oh, bullshit. Don't stay up too late. That your parents are looking at you like, why the fuck haven't you gotten up yet? Back in the old days, it'd be like, and next up, yeah, there was no way in hell you'd be awake at that time. Because I was already in college, right? If I was visiting the parents, I'd stay until the end of the evening news, like have a meal with my mom and watch some TV with them, and like Dateline 2020, whatever. 2020 was on Fridays. I'd watch the news program and then peace out. Yeah, for some people, even a 16 or 17-year-old kid was sent to bed at 8:30, 9 o'clock because your role, your career at that age was to go the fuck to school. Now we have kids that are just playing video games till midnight. And that's the problem. We're graduating people who can't fucking do the work. Why are we graduating people that can't do the work? And it's dumb as shit. We need to get out of this mentality that schools are babysitting locations. Schools are institutions of education. We need to have advanced classes. We need to have honors classes. Yeah, you allow exactly one electronic device in your school's son's bedroom. It's his fucking alarm clock. Yep. It's not a bad plan. It's not a bad plan. We have got to have remedial classes, basic classes, standard classes. Why can I go to McDonald's and customize my Big Mac meal or my quarter pounder with cheese meal more than I can customize my kid's education? Said to the school, my daughter doesn't want to be in this college prep class anymore. She's taken it for 3 quarters. It's a waste of her time. I'm going to drop her into a different class. They literally on the phone, I said, okay, I'm going to talk to my daughter tonight when she comes home, and she'll come and let you know that, and she'll let you know her decision in the morning. And whatever she tells you her decision is, I back that. My daughter went in, told them her decision, and they said, well, where's the note from your father? Motherfuckers, if there was going to be a note required, why didn't you tell me that when we were on the phone? When I said to you, I'm going to send my daughter in and give you her decision, and I back that, why didn't you simply say at that time, sir, we're actually going to need a letter from you? It's because you're bad fucking teachers. Because what you're doing is you're teaching the kid is that here's the parent, here's the school to parent, parent to school to parent, kid to school, parent to, like, what the fuck is that? It's why people grow up to be helpers at like the aid office where they tell you one thing at a time. Schools are institutions of indoctrination, and education is a conflict of interest. They don't want us to be able to think for ourselves. You're damn right they don't. Which is why I get so much hate on social media, because I'm a free thinker. And everybody automatically tries to paint me into, if I speak out against guns, I've been indoctrinated by the liberal left. If I speak out and I say the Holocaust was real, I've been indoctrinated by the Jewish Zionist propaganda machine. Guys, I got a question for you. Could all you fucking morons get together and realize there is no way I've been indoctrinated by all these different organizations, because they're all in conflict with each other. You were placed in first grade in the gifted class. They realized I wasn't smart enough, but scored high enough on the initial test, but was struggling. But they had to get my grandparents' permission to even pull me out. Glad she did, but I'd later be put back in whenever I finally caught up in the 4th grade. Parents shouldn't have that level of control for a struggling child, and I wasn't even failing school, but struggling in an advanced gifted class. Yeah. One night, when I first retired, my daughter was in 5th grade when I first retired, and I was not in a mentally good place for about a year and a half. One night, I'm going up to bed. My daughter's light is still on. So I knocked on my daughter's door to make sure I could come in. Because she was just hitting that age where remembering to lock the door was sometimes a fucking crisis. By the way, gentlemen, if you have daughters, they should have locks on their doors with rules. Whatever those rules are, that's your own personal agenda. But if you have daughters, you should have a lock on their door when they reach a certain age. So my daughter, I go in and she's crying. She's just on the floor, She's still fully dressed. She hasn't showered. And I said, what's wrong? And she's like, I can't finish this project by tomorrow. I said, well, it is tomorrow. And she's like, what? I was like, it is tomorrow. What's going on? She's like, I have to have this whole thing done. I said, okay, when was it assigned? She said, when I went to school today. So I said, hey, go brush your teeth, take a quick shower if you want to, go get a quick snack, and then I'll bundle up your stuff and I'll talk to you when you get back. But if you want a snack, get a snack, then brush your teeth, take a shower if you want to, but let's get you in bed. I'm reading over this thing, and this teacher had a completely unrealistic list of expectations for the kids to do in one night. So I went downstairs, I scanned it, made a copy of it, went to the school the next day, scheduled an appointment with the teacher, and I walked in, and I said, hey, and I handed her a copy. I said, this is a completely unrealistic expectation for children of this age group to do in a one-night project. This is like a weekend project or a 4-day weekend project or a 2-week project. And the teacher's like, well, I've never had any complaints from any parents prior to this. And I said, well, you're a fucking liar, because I've already talked to a bunch of parents whose kids had you, and they've already said that no matter how much they complain about you, it never changes. And I said, you know what? I don't even want to hear back from you. Just get me whatever form is necessary to drop my daughter out of honors English. So then the teacher's like, oh, well, what do you mean you're going to drop her out of honors English? I said, get the fucking form that I need to sign my John Hancock on that takes my daughter out of your class. So the teacher goes and gets the form, and I take it and I go to sit, and the teacher's like milling around. And I looked at the teacher and I said, you're not needed anymore. Thank you for the form, but you're not needed. She's like, well, I need to turn that in. I said, no, I'm a big boy. I'm perfectly capable of walking right through that door and handing this form to the very wonderful secretary. I don't need your services anymore. And she's still standing there. And as I stand up, she puts her hand out. And I said, you must be a special kind of deaf, because I told you I don't need your help. She's like, well, no, you won't, because this has nothing to do with you now. My daughter's not your student anymore. No, what she wanted is she wanted to see the reason, because there's a reason box. What is the reason you're requesting your child to be downgraded from honors to academic English? Because this is the same teacher that less than a month ago, I had to have a verbal sit down with the superintendent of the school district, because she has her own private banned book list, and I don't believe in banning books. This teacher has an unrealistic expectation of what children can do. I've spoken to numerous other kids at the high school level who had her, and they said this teacher's class doesn't prepare them for high school honors English, and my child doesn't need to be up till 11:30 at night crying because she can't get the work done. So I turned that in to the secretary, and the secretary is like, okay. She's like, give me 1 second. She calls my daughter's counselor. And I said, hey, my daughter needs to, if we can just move my daughter into the academic English class at the exact same time. I think I said tits and cheese, which I didn't mean to say. I think I said, if we can just take my daughter out of the honors class into the academic class, that'd be tits and cheese. And the Ritz and cheese, Ritz crackers and cheese, Ritz and cheese. And if none of you get the tits and cheese joke, I'm sorry. Over there. But my daughter was dropped. So I said, hey, somebody's gonna have to let her know. They called her down. My daughter came down and she got this look in her face. I said, hey, good news. You're not in this teacher's class anymore. You're in, they'll tell you, they'll give you a new schedule. It's that simple. I'm not gonna fucking argue with a teacher. No, she didn't cry. The child did, yeah. The child ran up, gave me a big hug. She said, thank you so much. And then I said, go eat lunch or whatever. Kids shouldn't be that miserable at school. Can we just all agree that we have some really shitty teachers in schools?
A few weeks ago, we
have some really shitty teachers that shouldn't be teaching. I think there were a couple of left that I wanted to look over. What I'd pull this guy down for.
As much as they'd love for us to believe it, it's not really left versus right in this country. It's more like the poor versus the rich. And the rich hold all the cards right now. Billionaires are taking money out of our pockets to line their own, and we can't accept that. It's not left versus right. It's us versus the billionaire.
Okay. I hate fucking people like this because you almost get there and then you distract people. Billionaires are not taking money out of your pocket. Okay? We have got to fucking stop the goddamn narrative that billionaires are taking money out of your pocket. Billionaires are accessing a level of wealth that you cannot access. Billionaires could pay you more. Yes. Billionaires could pay you more. Sure. Walmart could only afford to pay you $4 more an hour. If Walmart gave all of their employees more than a $4 an hour raise, Walmart would be out of business. And when you say it that way, people don't believe you. It's not about people saying, oh, well, Walmart makes all these profits. Yeah, but they have 2.1 million employees. When they have 2.1 million employees, this is what people don't get. You have 2.1 million employees, and because we have to use a standard number, and yes, I understand that not every employee at Walmart gets full-time hours. I get that. But they have 4.3 billion man hours. Okay? 4.3 billion man hours. That means for every dollar in a raise they give, that costs them in excess of $4.5 billion. Where I don't mind the worker, I don't mind the everyday citizen saying Walmart should pay better. Okay. Then Walmart should charge more. I have a procurement cost for the item. So here's my Walmart store. And here's an item that I sell at my store. And all the steps that go into getting it to my store are my procurement cost. The company that I pay to make it, the company that I pay to ship it to me, the company that, the fact that we bring it into our centralized warehouse and our individual distribution. There is a dollar amount that item represents as the to the shelf price. To the shelf price. And then I have the sale price. It costs me $7 to bring it to the shelf. I sell it for $9.99. I make $2.99 in revenue. I do not make $2.99 in profit. Because I sold this item and this item got stolen. I sold this one, but this one got stolen. So that $7 to the shelf price I paid, it walked right out the fucking door. So now I have to sell 4 of the other cups, 6 of the other cups, 7 of the other cups to make up for the one that I lost. Because remember, I lose 100% of the to the shelf price. I bought it, I transported it, I boxed it, I redistributed it from a shipping center, I put it on the shelf, I put a sales sticker on it. All of those things were tack time, were touch points. Could Walmart afford to pay people $1 more an hour? Yes, they could. They could. Not saying they can't. But I'm saying, what would it fix? I'll give you $1 more an hour. If you work full time, you increase your income by $2,080. That's it. That's all $1 is worth. $1 an hour is worth $2,080. Now, if you have overtime, it's different. Chances are now you're going to pay at least 12% income tax on that at the federal level. Another 3 to 5% more at the state level. But now the shareholders at Walmart are saying, well, we want more money. And I know some people say, well, shareholders are evil. You're probably a shareholder somewhere, either directly or indirectly. Do you own direct shares of stock? Yes, congratulations. You're complaining about yourself. Why do you own shares of stock? Because you want to make money. You own shares of stock because you want to get wealthy. So when other shareholders want to get wealthy, bad. You want to get wealthy, good. Well, that dog don't hunt. Either all shareholders are evil or no shareholders are evil. But we can't turn around and say some are evil. Right? Either they're all dog shit or none of them are dog shit.
As much as they'd love for us to believe.
Yes, it is a class war. It is a class war. It is a class war. What was this one?
As it turns out, the student loans that I've been paying $1,500 a month for 2 years have a 17% interest rate. So, what I thought I've been paying off for all this time, I'm actually, I owe more than what I started off with. So, Jeff Bezos, this would be a really cool time to Venmo me, bro. I owe $90,000, and I didn't even spend that much on school. Any rich person, please tap in. Kourtney Kardashian, you probably have 8 houses. I'm never gonna be able to buy one because I went to college. I just signed up to be an egg donor. Guess what? Got approved. Who wants my kids? I can't afford them, so start a bidding war. Just take them. What do you want? My left arm too? What the f am I supposed to do?
So her family was already struggling, and she still signed up for 17% interest? I'm afraid she dug her own grave there.
The problem I have is we won't let an 18-year-old kid make some decisions in their life, but it's okay for an 18-year-old kid to take a $90,000 loan. What? What's wrong? Hold on one second. What's wrong? Financial literacy, I don't know if she understands what the fuck 17% interest means. Well, the problem becomes how some student loans are. So you take $25,000 for your freshman year, and it's at 17%. You don't owe payments until 90 days after graduation. But that doesn't mean you don't owe payments on it. But you have 4 years of accumulated on some of the loans, not all of them. On some of the loans, you've been accumulating 17% interest on the first $25,000 for 4 years. And then on the next $25,000 for 3 years. And then 2 years. Now, sometimes they're in forbearance and they're not accumulating interest. Other times you have a grace period to get it paid off. Otherwise, all the interest rolls back, which is exactly why when I was going to college, I looked at that situation and I said, fuck all that. If I can't go to college, if I can't figure out a way to get the school to help me pay for college through a scholarship or a work study or something, and I can't figure out a way to pay for it, then I'll take 4 classes a semester instead of 5. Because, by the way, college tuition isn't fixed. When they give you the semester amount, it's predicated on the idea that you're going to be taking 5 classes. I said, what I'll do is I'll work my ass off and I'll have a work study program and I'll get a scholarship and I'll write Bayer and aspirin and Advil and I'll be like, hey, I'm going to college. What do you have? And, you know, I'll do what I need to do. I walked out of college with no student loans. I walked out of my grad program with no student loans. It was hard as fuck. But I wasn't about to be in a situation where fuck my life, fuck me in the goat ass. I took $100,000 in loans and now after the end of the first year, I owe $134,000. But people like, you took $90,000, or you have $90,000 in loans. You took a 17% loan. What are you, fucking stupid? Where were your parents? Where was the school? Like, I know this makes me sound like an asshole, but I had, at the time, I had 3 kids that were eligible to use my GI Bill. I said to the oldest, I said, hey, so you know, if you use my GI Bill, that BAH money that comes to you is going in my bank account. Because that BAH money, a part of that will be designated for you to live, have an apartment. The rest of that BAH money is going into our joint account, and then I'm going to siphon it off for your youngest sister. Because that BAH money is what's going to go into her college fund. My daughter was like, well, you can't do that. I said, okay, here's the new deal. You only have 12 months of my GI Bill then. If you're going to take all the money, you can, but I still control in the little app how many months you get. Said to the next daughter, she never went to college. Said to the next daughter down, I said, when you get ready to go to university, because she was a high school dropout, I said, when you get ready to go to university, I will put some months on your allotment, because I can change it as long as I never give them 0, as long as I always give them 1. I can always bump up and down. I said, I will gladly give you money. She's like, well, I don't understand why I can't use your GI Bill to go to community college so I can have the BAH to live on. Because I didn't fucking join the military and get my body broken for you to piss away my GI Bill on community college. And I remember the one time she said, it's not your GI Bill, it's my GI Bill. Excuse me, what the fuck did you say? Said, I can use that GI Bill. I can go get my law degree. This was 9 years ago. I said, I can go get my fucking law degree. I'm choosing to let my kids use my GI Bill. Then she got a scholarship to go to the community college. And I'm like, yeah, life is hard. It's supposed to be hard. Life is supposed to be hard. The youngest has literally said multiple times when talking to her, she has outright said, my older sisters are stupid. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Very motherfuck much so. Very fucking much so. Your older sisters are stupid. My youngest daughter said, how much is in the account? None of your business. How many months of your GI Bill are available? None of your business. Let me know what your plan is. Let me know which you have a college fund. You want to go to college? Here's the fund. I said to her, hey, if you go to college first, you go to university first, you're not living high on the hog on my BAH either. You're going to be kicking that money back to me so that I can then start filling up the next college fund for the next grandkid, your kid, whatever. We're not pissing away that BAH money so that you can live high on the hog. Your job in college is to hit the books, write papers, be in the stacks. You're not having $1,000 a month in spending money. No fucking way. I'm not even that smart. My parents were trying to convince me to go to college, and I had to show my parents how financially irresponsible it would be for me to go to college. Yeah, there are some kids who have to explain to their parents, me going to college is a big fucking waste of time, effort, energy, money, resources. It's like, I love the story of the twins. There's a set of identical, well, they're not identical twins, but they're identical enough twins. Boy, girl aren't identical twins. Clearly, because they're not fucking identical. One has a pole, one has a hole. The boy out of high school went to HVAC school. The girl out of high school went to college. The girl accumulated like $100,000 in debt. The boy, by his fourth year, he was a whiz-bang at HVAC. He had his own company, and he already had paid off his house. Because starting your own HVAC company 25 years ago wasn't hard. I mean, it was difficult, but he finished his apprenticeship, spent 1 year working for a guy, and then divided out a territory with the other guy, and they just kind of split it down the middle, and then that spawned into his own company. By the time his sister got out of college, he already owned his business and owned his house. His sister spent 2 years knocking around trying to get a job. When she finally got a job, her debt was crushing her. Twin brother paid sister's debt. So a guy with 6 years in the work environment had started a company, owned his own house, and paid for his sister's college, but she had a college degree. And I guarantee you, in every uncomfortable situation, people are going to look at him and say, she's smarter than you. No, she's more educated. She's not smarter. My mind can only grasp so much, but I know basic math in 4 years of college. I could owe like $35K or work a job and save 20. Right. And the thing is, not everybody wants to have a job that corresponds with having a college degree. Some people want to have hands-on jobs. There's nothing wrong with that. I never disrespect plumbers or electricians or tradesmen because they do things that, although I can pull wire in my house, I could wire in a new circuit, okay? I could do those things, but I don't have a license to do them in the state of Illinois, so I'm not about to start rewiring my own house and fuck up my insurance. When I had to put a 220 on the outside of the house for the hot tub, I could have done that. Nobody would have been the wiser. If I had pulled my own 220 outlet out to the hot tub, nobody would have given a shit. Except the only person that would have given a shit was the installer who wanted to see the invoice from the electrician. You're paying people not necessarily for the things you don't know how to do, but for the things you can't readily do. Yeah, nothing beats on-the-job training. There's a reason why at the Union Hall you spend only let me back up a second. I don't know what it is now. I don't know what it is now. Back in the day, carpenters only spent 16 weeks, 14 weeks. Electricians spent 16 weeks and plumbers spent 16 weeks in the classroom. Everything after that was field site OJT. It's kind of like when they make a big deal, and again, not going to fuck about with this. I would not want to jump behind the deli counter because all the equipment's changed since the last time I worked behind a deli counter. Shit's all different. At the same time, can we please not pretend that learning how to use a deli slicer is like a go-see-do? I'm going to show you how it works. I'm going to stand here while you do it and then walk you through it. And then I'm going to stand here and watch you do it. And if after that you cut off a finger, you're fucking stupid. Right? It's like a lot of the job safety training at working at the deli is don't put your dick in the pickle slicer. She's only 17 and she has crabs. But we're trying to, like, people in this argument, there's no such thing as unskilled labor. Okay, you're right. There's no such thing as unskilled labor. There's a thing called minimal skill labor. Minimum skill. Minimum skill. Don't put ice in the oil at the fast food restaurant. Don't put your hand in the fucking hot oil because you drop your phone in it. Couldn't believe somebody did that shit.
As it turns out,
the student loans that I had, I didn't understand, so I'm poor. Instructions unclear. Stuck my dick in a toaster. What now? Take a bath.
I have been debating hardcore Zionists, Israelis, supporters of Israel for years now, decades. And the conversation always comes back to one line, one phrase, one talking point. Do you or do you not support Israel's right to exist?
The fact that this boils down, yes, that actually happened. Somebody dropped their phone into the oil fire and they stuck their hand in it to grab it. Skin grafts are painful. Does Israel have a right to exist? Conditionally. It's not a yes or no. It's conditionally. Israel has the right to exist on the condition that they motherfuck stop trying to take away everybody else's life or everybody else's right to exist. You can't say I have a right to exist, but I'm gonna fuck up everybody else around me. I'm sorry, you just don't get to exterminate the people around you. You went into industrial electricity instead of residential. Yeah, I mean, right now, the problem is we have too many, we have too many tradesmen and not enough work for those tradesmen because we're slowing down our economy. And when your economy slows down, you have an awful lot of people that have work. And this is the point that I always make. When you're an electrician who has no ability to run their own business, you're beholden to the work of other people. Meanwhile, if I'm an electrician and I own my business, as business slows down, I can cut loose electricians and start going on jobs myself. Like, at the end of the day, I agree with the point you've made in the past. Working for somebody who doesn't have the skills to do the job is always a dangerous proposition. But working for somebody who can do the job is a dangerous proposition. If I can do the job and business gets slow, I don't need you. My cut doesn't get smaller. My morning just isn't spent drinking coffee. My morning is spent swinging a hammer or pulling wire. This is the best economy ever. Yeah, I love this argument. The Dow's over 50,000 just a month ago. Our economy is the best and the biggest ever. Everyone is saying so. Right. And then you ask them to tell me what the Dow Jones being over 50,000 has to do with a mom who can't feed her kids. And they can't quite correlate. They can't quite make the connection. It doesn't, the Dow Jones being over 50,000 doesn't help the mom who's can't, that doesn't help her because she's not benefiting from it. Like I haven't even bothered to look, right? Disney stock is back under 100. I need Disney stock to hit 145. I need Disney stock to hit 145 so I can sell all my shares of Disney clean and then I'll have it all at the same price point. Yeah, we have residential and industrial electricity. It depends on what you're trained for. Most of the time, most people if they're trained in one, they can do the other. But the rules are different. The codes are different. It's just like one of the things that threw me for a loop was my dad bought a house up in Michigan and it was unfinished. And so I get up to his house and he wants me to help him. And I'm looking around and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And my dad's like, what? I'm like, where the fuck is the conduit work? I was like, Dad, because I kind of got pissed at my dad. I was like, hey, fuckhead, you know I don't work like this. And my dad's like, what do you mean? I was like, where's the conduit work? Why did you pull the wire without putting it inside conduit? He's like, I didn't. That's code up here. Yes, there's a difference in voltage. And so my dad's like, no, up here, they don't have to have conduit. You can bare wire pull. Excuse me? The fuck? I was like, no, that doesn't work for me. That doesn't work for me at all. They bare wire pull to the box. Yeah, you can bare wire where you're at too. That shit scares the fucking living bejesus out of me. You're drilling into a wall. You're drilling slowly. You're drilling, like where I'm at, you have to pull conduit. In Illinois, you have to have conduit. Airstyle, to answer your question, residential is usually 120 volts. Your average outlet is 120. The only time in a residential house you're going to see a 240 port is your dryer will be a 240. If you have an electric range, that'll be a 240. And generally, as a rule, your air conditioner should always be on the other side of the breaker box in a residential facility. In commercial facilities, they have their own disconnect up on the roof. You generally put the air handlers on the roof in commercial, but in residential, it's preferred that just on the other side of the breaker wall, you have the AC unit, because that way it's a straight pull to, usually if you're doing it clean and neat, making everybody happy, you pull the air conditioner to the lowest part of the breaker box. So people are like 120, 120, 120, 120. Okay, that 240 is the AC. That 240 is the laundry room. That 240 is the kitchen. You're also, you're supposed to, and I'm sure Robert will love this one. Should, shall, must. Should, shall, and must. You should have a dedicated circuit for 240 volt. It should be a dedicated circuit. If you're pulling, the stove, the only thing that should be on that circuit is the stove. Because it's the cost of one circuit breaker and one pull of wire. But maybe not everybody does it that way. You should have a dedicated circuit for the heater too. Depends on electric or gas. I do agree with you that you should have a dedicated circuit for the utility room. If you're using gas furnace and water heater, then you should have those two things on their own pull. Yes, absolutely. But again, it only costs $5, $7. I don't know what the fuck a circuit. It's been ages. Whatever the cost of one circuit breaker is. Yeah. Oh, space. Okay. So let me break that out. Let me break that out, because you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, what we have is too much of is we're doing it on the cheap. Yes, space heaters, absolutely. Assuming your panel isn't full, yeah. But space heaters always throw off my family because of how the circuits here are done. I'll tell you, this is that next level shit that I hate. My second floor is so my second floor is like this, and this bedroom actually goes this way. So you've got the master bedroom in this office and the loft on one circuit. You have this bedroom and this bedroom on one circuit. You have the laundry room on a circuit. You have the utility closet on a circuit. But in order for me to have the wall-mounted air conditioner in here, I have to run an extension cord into this bedroom. Because I have a 3-foot AC unit to cool this room down. I can't plug it in this room because when I have both PCs running, I can't run the AC unit. Yeah, now I know which cable to have the rabbit chew through. Also, this is so specific that if I'm streaming, oh yeah, I have 2,400 watts of power supplies in here. If I'm streaming with both PCs on, and I have the AC unit on, if somebody turns on either of the bathroom exhaust fans, it can pop the circuit. If I gave a shit, I would have an electrician come in and pull a new circuit for, pull that outlet over there for the AC unit, but I don't give a shit enough. When I was laying out my own house, it's 80% of the circuit breaker, but I don't like putting AC's utility room. Yeah, I don't like it either. I like the things that are, I like the expensive shit to be on their own circuits. What the fuck is a circuit breaker? $7? Yeah, resident. Oh, 3 to 15. Let's do 15 to 40 for the big appliances. We'll just do it that way. You're talking $120 at the absolute high end, 45 in the low end. Just run me a couple extra circuits. You know, run me a couple extra circuits so that we don't have this fucking problem. Yeah, if you were to build a house or take one down to the studs, I'd run conduit because it makes it so much easier to run another line once the drywall is on. Which is why but again, people will talk about that shit and they'll be like, well, the houses in Michigan are cheaper. Yeah, they are because they don't have these additional costs. But the renovation cost is more, which is why people don't renovate houses.
I have been debating
and I can't handle you because you got that ticking sound in the background. I think I covered everybody that I wanted to cover today. I did want to show this one.
Lawyer's reaction.
Okay, why do you need to do more screening if I traveled from point A to point B safely, right? Why does there now need to be more screening before I'm allowed to leave? That would lead me to believe that I'm being detained, would it not?
I'm not going to argue the process.
Are you detaining me?
I'm not detaining you.
So then I'm going to leave.
And I will reach out to Denver police and they will apprehend you.
For what?
For refusing our direction.
Okay, that right there is the stupidest thing I fucking heard. The TSA has authority over you through implied consent because you have decided that you want to detain me after I've already arrived at my destination. Once I'm at my destination, TSA has no authority over me. And this lawyer, I love this guy. He's going to break it down really well.
Legally speaking, the TSA can search an individual without violating the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution because they have administrative agency authority. This authority stems from the fact that flying is optional. And if you choose to take a flight, you're automatically giving consent to be searched at the airport in order to board your flight. The issue here, ladies and gentlemen, is that this passenger had already arrived at his destination, meaning the passenger was no longer giving consent to be searched in order to board a flight. In fact, the passenger was trying to leave the airport. So there's also no consent to stay in a secure area, which would give rise to an additional search as well. Consequently, the TSA has no authority to hold an individual who's trying to leave the airport, even if that individual is suspected of committing a crime. That falls under the police department, and in many circumstances would require a warrant to articulate the reason for the search, meaning this passenger does not have to consent to the search because TSA does not have authority over passengers leaving the airport. If you think you have a case,
that's what we need to be teaching people. But they don't want you to see. The reason why I'm unpalatable to the masses is because I want to identify where you're ignorant. And identifying where you're ignorant is just shining a flashlight on the dark areas and saying, you need to clean that up, you need to clean that up, you need to clean that up. If you don't stop, I'm going to have the police reach out and they'll detain you. Cool. Then when the police stop me and I'll be like, okay, what? Well, you're not the TSA and I don't give you implied consent to search my bag. So do you have a warrant? No? Cool. Move on. But everybody, like, I want to remind people, jail is full of people that thought they were smarter than the law. Give you a great example, and then I'm gonna peace out and get myself a steak. My godson's mother has been fighting with her piece of shit baby daddy. And he hasn't paid child support in 4 years. He didn't like the ruling he got from the judge last week. So for the hearing on Friday, which was supposed to finalize their case, he motioned prejudice against the judge, which now the judge is rendered unable to finalize the verdict while the judge takes this motion to the senior judge, and the senior judge has to review 4 years of case history to make sure this individual hasn't gotten prejudiced against him. Let me just see how this if then is going to work out. So you're here, you lost 16 of 18 motions. So here you filed 3 more, one against the judge. So now either yes, the judge was prejudiced against you, or no, the judge wasn't. If the judge was prejudiced against you, which the judge fucking wasn't, then you'll get a new judge. But what you don't get is a new case. If the judge wasn't prejudiced against you, you get the same judge. And what the motherfuck do you think that judge that you just declared prejudicial rulings about is going to do on the last hearing date? You think that judge, if you had that judge's file brought up, if you had that judge's reputation brought up in front of the senior judge, do you think that judge, if that judge gets cleared, is going to in any way, shape, or form help you? No. It's why you wait for this date to happen and then you file an appeal. This guy's such a fucking class act loser. He filed $41,000 of damages in Ohio's small claims court. If you know anything about Ohio and anything about small claims court, you know that the most you can sue for in small claims court in Ohio is $6,000. And by virtue of filing in small claims court, you abandon everything else. So all you're doing is weaponizing the court system. I have seen the to talk about the HOA security guard police officer bullshit thing. I've seen that HOA guy do a police stop, and then he says the sheriff knows that we're doing this. So the guy says, cool, let's talk to the sheriff. And then the HOA guy starts flipping out. What I do want to remind people of, in America, we have something known as a town marshal. Most of the time, your police officers are state badged police officers. They might be City of Chicago, but their badge will say City of Chicago, State of Illinois. It means their jurisdiction doesn't end just because they hit the border of Chicago. They're also allowed to stop crime anywhere in the state. However, you'll have town marshals, normally small towns that hire on people with a prior military background. They don't go to the police academy. They go to the 40-hour law class. I don't like that this is even a thing, but you might see somebody who doesn't quite look like a cop, but they have a badge that says town marshals. Yeah, 40 hours of law. That's it. Because remember, it's a way to get somebody on the police force who generally already has a background in law enforcement. They already have gun proficiency. Generally, it's military cops that are coming out who have been cops for 20 years. So they just go to a 40-hour civilian law class. Also, I'd like to remind you that a lot of the police academy is bullshit anyway. It's a waste of your time. It doesn't take much to be a deputy sheriff either. No, it doesn't. I think that in that situation, I treat it like a traffic stop. As a driver, I'd let him write me a ticket and then have concrete evidence of wrongful prosecution impersonating a police officer. Oh, yeah. Like, if an HOA person decided to try to give me a traffic violation, I'd let him do it. And then if it was anything other than report to the courthouse, I would immediately go to the police station and be like, look, I was just detained by a guy. He looked a lot like this, and he was impersonating a police officer, and fuck him. It's like the day that I was at Walmart, and it didn't work out the way Walmart thought it was going to. I never show them my receipt, because it's bullshit. I never show my receipt at Walmart. Because right here, when I talk to a cashier, now, again, I'll show my receipt if I self-check out, to cover my own ass. But if there's a cashier, this is called a POS. It doesn't mean piece of shit. It means point of sale. At this point of sale, I give my credit card or cash, you give me items. These items in the bag are now mine. They're not your property, Walmart. You've sold them to me. If you don't want there to be 200 feet between this register and the door, put your fucking cash registers closer to the door. One of the times I was in Walmart, I'm walking towards the door, I'm eating a candy bar. Security guard bullshit person says, did you pay for that? Yep, and I kept walking. I need to see your receipt. Go fuck yourself. No, you don't. The one time I'm there, security guard says, I need to see your receipt. I said, no, thank you. I walked around him. He got in front of me. I said, you need to get the fuck out of my way. I'm not required to play this game. The answer is no, thank you. That dude that checksum needs a job too. Why are you a Karen? I'm not a Karen. I just believe in my civil liberties, and I believe in my civil rights, and I believe in common sense. And I believe that if you took my money at the register, that's where the point of sale occurred. Fuck off. because it's not stopping anything. Because you have no legal authority to stop me. If you don't like, if you want to wait in line and you want to waste your fucking time getting your bag checked, go right ahead. Those are my possessions. You're not going to root around in a fucking bag because what you're doing is accusing me of theft. Fuck right off. I'm not playing this game. I'm not interested. Now, if I'm at Sam's Club, I'm at Costco, I'll show my receipt. I'll show my receipt because those are membership stores and the membership terms of agreement says I agree to show you my receipt on the way out the door. I have no problem doing that because I agreed to. I agreed to do it. But yes, the Sam's Club and Costco, you must show your receipt. If you don't, they'll still stop you and then they'll invalidate your membership. But when people say the dude that checks him needs a job, why are you a Karen? That's not being a Karen. That's not being a Karen. That's not playing a stupid game because it doesn't do anything for anybody. Look, man, what are you going to do? Because let's play this game. Your leader started... Dude, fuck off. Fuck right off. Let me stop you. Bro, your leader started a war that the whole world pays for. Maybe exercise your freedom in a more impactful way. Go fuck yourself because I exercise my freedoms everywhere I can and I'm going to stop you with something so that you can understand why you got told, go fuck yourself. Ready? When somebody does this shit, what you're doing is you're being an asshole on purpose and attaching an I'm sorry to it, knowing full well that you're being an asshole. And you've been on my channel long enough to know I'm gonna go over my end time to call out somebody being an asshole. Sorry if I sound rude, but I'm frustrated. Well, first of all, this right here means you're not even sorry because everything before the word but in a sentence is a lie. I'm frustrated. Great, you're frustrated. Why the fuck you taking it out on me? I didn't start a fucking war. I condemned the war. So why the fuck you taking it out on me? If you're frustrated, go do something meaningful other than when you say maybe exercise my freedoms in a more impactful way, why don't you go exercise your frustration in a more impactful way? Because the rest of the world would have no better ally in the Oval Office than me because I'm not a fucking retard who starts wars that don't need to be fought. But when somebody comes in and says, sorry if I sound rude, but I'm frustrated, you're not sorry you sound rude. That makes you even worse. I can't do anything more impactful because I'm a dumb peon from 9 to 5. Great, then why the fuck you taking it out on me? Because if I could change it, I would. 9 million people protested Trump is still president. Why? Because 330 million people could protest. And if the congressmen don't vote to impeach, nothing changes. Now we're starting to discover a flaw in our Constitution. There's only one means to remove the president. There's technically two, but there's only one means to permanently remove the president. If nobody will vote to impeach him, then all the protests in the world don't matter. The problem I have is you want me to stop at a Walmart and show a receipt for my own property. So I told the guy to get the fuck out of my way. And so I went around him and I got to my car. And there he is, standing outside. I put the cart back in the corral. I tried to pull out. He stood behind my car. I got out of my car. I looked at him and said, if you don't move, I'm going to call the police for unlawful entrapment, unlawful detainment. He's like, do what you need to do. I called the police. I said, hi, I'm being unlawfully detained. I'm in the parking lot. There's a Walmart employee will not let me leave. The cops rolled up. When the cops arrived, the manager had already come out. So what we have is I'm in a parking space trying to pull out. We've got Dippy Shithead 1 and the manager Shithead 2. And the police roll up. And as they start walking over the manager, I said, I'm still on the phone with dispatch. I said, whoa, my man. I'm the one who called you, not them. They didn't make contact. I said, ask your dispatcher if it's the store or me. And the person's like, hold on, I'm letting them know right now you're the one who called. So he's like, he hears it, and he's like, oh yeah. So he walks over to me. I said, hey, this guy is unlawfully detaining me. I would like you to just issue him an order to move so I can leave. And he's like, he didn't show me his receipt. And the cop literally says to him, he's already in the parking lot. Get out of his way so he can leave. And the guy turns around and tells the cop, no. And I looked at the cop and I said, well, now we have a problem because he's breaking the law. Please deal with this. And the Walmart manager started losing her mind as the cop said, this isn't about shoplifting. The manager's like, well, I called the police. And the cop said, well, then there's another unit on the way that will, that's not my call. My call is he's being unlawfully detained. He has asked to leave. I have no reason to detain him. You have no reason to detain him. Get out of his way. The guy said no again. And the officer was like, great, fine, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. And the guy was so sure that his little teeny tiny Walmart security badge made them brethren. The guy ends up getting put in handcuffs, and his partner takes him to put him in the SUV. And then I said, thank you, officer. Am I needed for anything? He says, yes, unfortunately, I'm going to need your ID because if we're going to write up the report and we're going to press charges, I'm going to need your information. I said, absolutely. The Walmart manager's like, well, I want a copy of his ID. We're going to trespass. I looked at her, I said, if she ends up with a copy of my ID from you, I'm going to sue the department, just so we're all clear, so everybody knows where I'm at right now. She doesn't get a copy of my ID. She doesn't get a copy of my name. She can do what everybody else does, and she can get a copy of the report in 48 hours when it's filed. If the other officers show up, you don't give them my ID. You give my ID back to me if I choose to give it to them. The cop said, absolutely. He went back to his car, fills out the report, brings me the thing I have to sign. As he walks up to the Walmart manager, he hands me my ID back. He says, I don't see any other officers responding, and I don't have a secondary call. You're going to have to move because I'm going to stand here while he pulls out and leaves. Well, I want him trespassed. Cop's like, I can't detain him for you to trespass him. You had all this time to go get the trespass paperwork. Well, I need his name. The cop said, no, you don't. You can clearly see his license plate. For the name, put driver of this color, make, model vehicle. He does not have to identify himself to you. In 2 days, you'll have his name if you pull the report. The manager says, when are you letting my guy out of the car? The cop's like, he's going to jail. Like, he's going to fuck to jail. He's got to be processed. He's got to be fingerprinted. He's got to be photographed. He ain't... Then the manager's like, well, I'm not letting him go. And I said, officer, I feel I'm being unlawfully detained by the manager. The cop said, you're going to need to get out of his way because he's free to go. If he's not free to go, you'll be in the car. You'll be in the back seat. I got a phone call from Walmart corporate apologizing. It's in their own training that if somebody says no, thank you, just let them leave. It's literally in their training manual. You are there to be the equivalent of a stop sign on a dirt road. You are there to give the presumption of some level of security. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it was. Hey man, we're really sorry about what happened. We want to let you know that this isn't Walmart's standard way of doing business. Can we help you? Can we offer you blah, blah, de blah, fucking blah. I was like, look, man, you've said you're sorry. If you want to throw me something, throw me something. Other than that, I don't blame you for having people with double-digit IQs that work for you. The guy called me. We were going back and forth in email. Guy called me and he laughed. He's like double-digit IQs. Now, again, somebody said, just leave the guy alone. He needs a job. Yeah, he needs a job, but he needs to do the job he has. If your job isn't to fucking chase me down to the car, then fuck off. Then fuck right off. If you don't want people to steal from Walmart, it's simple. Don't have the entrances here and all the lanes here where people are going to go back and forth in whichever different way. If you want to stop people from fucking stealing from Walmart, put one entrance here and all the registers here, so that once you're off the register, you just put little, this is in, right? Put little security rails. This is in. This is out. Once you're in the line, right? You get into line. There's no, like, put a person here. Next, ma'am, line number 4. Next, ma'am, sir, line number 6. Next for self-checkout over there. Control who comes into here. The problem is people are like, why don't you spend your time doing something more? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, why don't people, like, I can't even believe you say, why can't you spend your time more constructive? Why can't I get 25,000 viewers? The Walton family doesn't, I think, they don't run Walmart anymore. John Furner is the current CEO and president of Walmart. Yeah, do it Lowe's style. You can't get the fuck out of the store without crossing in front of a crude register. Well, no, now you can go. Well, no, that's not true. It's kind of true. Their commercial side you can, but you can walk down to the lumber side or the construction side and generally get out that way. But then you're walking fucking from 16 to usually 30 in the aisles. But yeah, Lowe's has it laid out well. Do it Aldi style. I don't know if you meant Aldi style. Aldi is amazing. Their fucking employees know every fucking Plu number. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I went a little long today, and I'll go a little long on Wednesday, and I have to do a show tomorrow at some point to. Oh no, I don't. I finished all my contracted hours for the other gig. But Friday I'll be late. It'll be like a later afternoon show because, again, I found a massage therapist, and if you have the problems I have with my back, it takes you. So, I will see you guys maybe tomorrow for Someone's Human.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.